Good morning. Today is April 9th. I call day 2 of our April 2025 meeting of the State Board of Education to order. Welcome to everybody in attendance and listening online. I want to acknowledge that all of our board members are present, not fully in their seats, but present. The agenda was approved yesterday, which included today's items. And this morning we begin with a presentation from School Mental Health Advisory Council. Our board member Betty Arnold, who chairs that, is going to introduce our staff who are presenting to us.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, board members, Commissioner Watson. The School Mental Health Advisory Council welcomes the opportunity to present to you some of our great works. And there are a variety of obstacles that interfere or deter learning for many students. And so the council was formed in July 2017, primarily to advise the Kansas State Board of Education of unmet needs within the state in the area of school mental health. Now, bullying is one of those subsets under mental health. Usually our presenter is Trish Bachman, but she's off somewhere today receiving an award for amazing things that she does for KSDE. But the skills and the talents tend to run deep within this committee. I'm fortunate of that. And so we had Mr. Kent Reed and Dr. Jane Groff were going to present. But on yesterday, Dr. Groff reminded me or contacted me and told me she has influenza. Oh. So, as I said, the skills run really deep within this committee. So she was able to have Dr. Huff Johnson stand in her place today. So the presenters will be Mr. Kent Reed and Dr. Huff Johnson. What I want to say to you about this, as you listen to the presentation, I hope that you will bear in mind many of us, including me, have received letters from parents that usually need our help in the area of bullying. And if you haven't received any new board members, they probably will be coming. This is an area under KISA 2.0 that was identified as needing just that lift, that bullying toolkit lift. And so we are presenting to you information, background on the toolkit. And in May, this committee will come back with a receive item. And in June, of course, we'll be asking you to vote for that. But first, I do want you to take the opportunity to listen to the information that we've been working on. And Madam Chair, I would ask if you would hold all questions until their presentation is complete. And then we'll have an opportunity for the board to interject and give us your guidance, so to speak. So with that being said, I am now happy to turn it over to Mr. Kent Reed.
Thank you, Board Member Arnold, and thank you for your inspiration and leadership on the council. Thank you, Board. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. And I'm so happy you mentioned Trish. We're so proud of her. The award was a 2025 Champion for Children Award given by the Kansas School Social Workers Association. So she'll be back with us next month. Hopefully you'll have us back. What we would like to do today, the objectives would be first have a conversation about bullying prevention as a board. And Commissioner Watson, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe the board's taken any action on bullying since pre-COVID with the Blue Ribbon panel. So it's time, and I appreciated Betty's comments on calls. This time of year, we receive the most frequent calls we receive are licensure and bullying. And we want to talk a little bit about the work the council has done and maybe preview some of the recommendations. So we'll have a general overview and we'll give you an update on the toolkit and then we'll ask for your input as we move forward. I think the first thing that is confusing is the definition. And just to put it in historical context, the statute was adopted in the early 2000s. The first amendment to it was that cyberbullying was added. And we appreciate the work that this board has done, and in particular, Member Zek on cell phone policy. We're hoping that that will impact cyberbullying. This is the baseline year, so we'll see moving forward. A court case occurred, Theno versus Tonganoxie, that changed the definition, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And then the last edit was a few years ago. Previously, the definition had been directed at students, and staff members and parents were added in the last amendment. And so essentially the intent of the legislation was to create a bully-free zone for anyone who's in a school building. All right, if you would pull out this handout, and it says Kansas bullying law, and then I included the statute, and I'll just kind of walk you through it. Now, this came from the General Counsel's office following the court case, Theno versus Tonganoxie, and then it was, and I believe the term is codified into the statute. Is that correct? And it helps you understand the definition and some of the challenges with the current statute, okay? So if we'll start at the top, it defines bullying as an intentional act, and then the next block where it says severe, persistent, or pervasive is very, very important. In fact, this is an operative piece of the definition because for years, bullying was considered, it had to be repeated, okay? As a result of the court case, it was determined that any intentional act that was severe, persistent, or pervasive, not and, but or, so any of those three. And that's one of the complications of dealing with bullying in schools, okay? So severe, persistent, or pervasive, and if the answer is yes, then you would go down, does it create an intimidating, threatening, or abusive educational environment? And if it does, then we look at, did it result in actual physical harm or mental harm? Does it result in fear of physical or mental harm? Does it result in actual damage to property? Did it result in reasonable fear of damage to property? Now, the statute only has 3 requirements. And those 3 requirements are that schools, districts, are to have a policy about bullying. They're to have a plan to implement that policy. And they are to train students and staff on the plan and the policy. Therein lies the problem because there are a couple of things it doesn't include. First of all, it doesn't include compliance. It is purely a local control issue. And when we get calls, and that's one of the first things that we have to tell them is the statute says this is local control. Okay, another thing that it doesn't address is parent and family engagement. And Tammy's going to talk a lot about that here in a moment. And we think that's something we need to consider insofar as moving forward. Okay, another thing that it doesn't include is a process for dispute. Now, I call it the grievance procedure because since they've added staff, you get into a situation with negotiated agreements, and the council will work this out and we'll bring a recommendation back to you, but it's dispute resolution, conflict resolution. Anyway, there's not a provision that requires schools to post that process. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And also a thing that it doesn't address is the reporting process. Now we do that through our school counseling and our social emotional character development standards for students. We give them an idea on how to do that and we encourage that. Okay. So to get to the toolkit, following the success that we had from the suicide prevention toolkit, and Trish was the lead on this, we were able to train over 1,000 educators. Now, the good news is over the last 2 years, we have reduced suicides by 80. And we're thinking, well, if this was successful, the toolkit was a part of that, then why not use the same kind of premise with bullying prevention. Now, I understand 988 was probably responsible for a lot of that reduction, but awareness is important too. And this is one of the pieces that we'll have in the toolkit, and essentially following the school mental health model, we ask them, districts and schools, to come up with a team, and that's just an example of the different members that could be part of the team. Okay, this slide kind of outlines the objectives of the toolkit, all right? First of all, we'll address prevention, which will be training for staff and students. We will address intervention, a plan that will occur if bullying is reported. And then the follow-up, and this is very important, a follow-up summary for parents and progress monitoring to avoid future incidents. So when a kid, suppose a student is suspended for bullying and they come back, what are we doing to make sure that the same behavior isn't going to happen again? Now, the paragraph to the side is very important, and it's very operative in the recommendations that we want to bring back. The Mental Health Advisory Council also recommends guidance for each district to prepare a process for parents to follow in the event they do not agree with the team's determination during an intervention. And that's that dispute, conflict, grievance kind of thing. And we'll work out the details through the council, and then we'll bring a recommendation back to you. One of the things I think that's instrumental, and I know it is for counselors, is the Kansas Can Competency Framework. Now, the intra and interpersonal skills address bullying and suicide prevention. But when I talk to counselors, I remind them that there's educational relevance to this particular strategy, because in the cognitive area, we're dealing with post-secondary success and employability skills. Okay, Damien.
Good morning, board members, Chair, and Commissioner Watson. I represent the Kansas Parent Information Resource Center. KPERC, as we lovingly call it, is an organization that promotes meaningful family engagement at all levels of education. We provide resources to help families, educators, and organizations support the educational success of every Kansas child. Now, since its inception, KPERC has been part of the Blue Ribbon Task Force on Bullying, and we are also part of this work as well. We help to represent the voice of families and ensure that they have methods for receiving this information. And so each of you should have a copy of the Bullying What You Need to Know document. This document is available to all districts and schools. So within this document, you will see on the first page that there are examples of each type of bullying that we are discussing at this time. So we have verbal bullying, physical bullying, cyberbullying, as Kent mentioned, and then also social bullying. There are also real-life examples of what each of those types of bullying looks like, so that students, families, school staff, everyone has kind of some common definitions of what the bullying is. It also gives information on students and how to tell if they are at risk for bullying. And as you peruse through the next couple of pages, you'll see that there are some ways that families can deal with what they need to do if their student is being bullied. It gives them a couple of things that they need to focus on, and then also shares how to work with the schools to solve the bullying problem. And so that part of it, the relationship piece of it, is so very important when you're talking about a topic such as bullying. We want our families and our schools to work together to ensure that all Kansas schools are safe and fun places to learn. On the back side of the document, you see there the effects of bullying. How do I know if my child might be a bully? So a lot of the times we focus on the recipients of the bullying. We also want to help parents when they are working with their students if they are the aggressor in cases like this. some things that may cause bullying, and how to stop bullying behaviors. And so, as I mentioned, all of the documents that Kansas Parent Information Resource Center produces are available to all Kansas schools, and all we have to do is receive a notice that we need to send some out, and those are shipped out to all of the schools across the state. The next slide shows an example of what one principal has done for his bullying prevention week here in the state of Kansas. So here there are videos, and they are at grade level. So a family member and a student can sit side by side and do some of the learning together on what bullying looks like and what they can do. And this will help our families to understand maybe sometimes what students face. It also makes that communication between families and students a little easier because you watch an age-appropriate video, and that opens the student up for talking a little bit more. So we just wanted to share a couple of the resources that we have available and some examples that you can see real life that are happening in Kansas schools. And I will yield the floor back to Kent.
Thank you, Doctor. And I, if it pleases the chair, will yield to Board Member Arnold.
Kent, if you would take the opportunity, please, for the board to talk about the difference between bullying and assault, because that's a critical area.
Well, and this is an area that our schools are doing a much, much better job with. And part of it is because of the efforts of our safe and supportive unit here. And also the recognition that physical attacks are more than just bullying. They are assault. I was out in Dodge City giving a presentation. I always give an example. Okay, what happens if a kid gets slammed into the locker and gets yelled at, Is that bullying? And the superintendent said, no, that is assault. And we will have the SRO take that young man or young lady into custody and deal with the juvenile justice process. So I think schools are cognizant of that much better than maybe 15, 20 years ago, but there is a line between bullying and criminal assault and battery. Did that help?
Yes, it did. And with that, Madam Chair, we are open for any questions that the board might have.
You can put your name in there. Looks like Debbie is first up.
Yeah, because since it was the assault one, I did have actually more than one parent tell me that there's a certain age limit, and I don't remember what that is, when they can't even report an assault. And that doesn't make sense to me, but they said that the police and the SROs will not handle, like if it's a 10-year-old stabbing with a pencil or something like that. They don't. What do they do? What should they be doing with that? Because everything I'm hearing is that there's a certain age where they just don't do anything.
That's a great question. And our reply would be that, Jen.
Okay. And Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for this very informative booklet. Is it available electronically? I have received a few emails, and I'd like to be able to send them something right away. This, to me, walks a parent through everything they would need to know to support their child.
We do have it available electronically, but if any district or school wants multiple copies, hundreds of copies, we would be happy to send those out as well.
Okay, thank you.
So I would ask, how would we find it electronically?
It's on the Kansas Parent Information Center website, and I believe the information should be there at the bottom of the document.
Okay, I see it now. Okay, great. Thank you. Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for your presentation. I just have, I read through the statute and quickly underlined the shalls, which there are technically 4 of them, but only 3. They start in section B. With each school district shall adopt a policy to prohibit bullying, and the board of each school district shall adopt and implement a plan to address bullying. And then such plans shall include provisions for the training and education for staff members and students. My question that's related to that is, I know that in my district, I say my district where my students go, I know that they have an anti-bullying app that is installed on their computers, and so they can go in and report bullying anonymously. I have gotten the message that there's a lot of distrust among students of that app, but I'm curious, I don't know if this is a commissioner question or a you guys question, do you know how many districts have that kind of opportunity in place, whether it is electronic or otherwise, to anonymously report bullying if you see something, say something, right?
Right. I'll go first. Well, there are some districts that specifically address bullying through that kind of option. I remember Goddard was one of the first to provide parents, families, the opportunity to report bullying. We also have some other options available. The school violence hotline number that can be called, and we certainly want schools to post that. And then the KBI has suspicious activity reporting procedures. But as far as, we don't collect that data, and Commissioner, I would defer to you relative to how many schools have that kind of thing.
Yeah, sure, we don't know.
We don't have any information on that, Melanie. We don't collect it, we don't know. So it would be anecdotal information that we would be able to share, but we don't know.
And to be honest with you, if I could jump in on that, we have had discussion about that situation, that there are a lot of people that maybe observe this behavior and they want to anonymously report it. I think Trish said something that there were some districts that did not want to receive anonymous information. So the conversation has really been back and forth on, is it that you don't consider that reliable? There are situations where even another student might observe a student being bullied, knowing that student is not reporting this out. They don't want to be known as a tattletale. And so, that see something, say something becomes irrelevant to them. There is some discussion on that. I'm not sure, because we can give this as guidance to the local districts, but it's up to them just, how much of that they're going to employ. I think we do need a little more work on that, though, Melanie.
If I might, Madam Chair, that's another great question, and that's one of the things that we listed that we're going to work hard on relative to the council's work. And I do need to share a positive thing. John Calvert came up a couple of days ago and said someone had activated the KBI suspicious activity, and they were able to intervene student suicide. So we know that 988 works, and we know that the school violence hotline works, and we know that the KBI suspicious activity hotline works, but we need to put it in a format in the toolkit that more people will know about those.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your presentation. I just had a quick question on staff and training on staff and students. And you said it's a local issue on how they implement their policy that they've developed within their school. And I do know at the beginning of the year, there are lots and lots of forms that we sign. The parent signs with the student, review everything. It could be the technology user agreement. It has to do with your competing in like sports or activities. You have like a certain, like your code of conduct as far as like how we want you to represent yourself. So I'm just wondering, is that the training that the training's not going on during the school day, like during academics? It'd be like something that you would review or watch a video or something like that, or is it up to the local districts how they're doing that? So the training could just be make sure you read our policy and understand and ask us if you have any questions, or is that kind of what I'm thinking about?
Yeah, it's local control, and many districts make sure that, and we would hope that they make sure it's in their student handbook, and at some point during orientation you go through the student handbook. So yeah, it's local control.
And then you mentioned something about a number 80. You reduced something, suicide, what did you reduce by 80?
Over the last 2 years, we've been able, statewide, we've been able to reduce the number of suicides by about 80. And we'll have Trish give you a little bit more background on that. Now, when I say statewide, it's just not student suicides, because those of you who have military installations in your jurisdictions, that's a real issue for the military as well. So we're really pleased. The trajectory coming out of COVID in terms of the number of suicides was this way, and all we wanted to do was level it off, and now we're beginning to see a decline. So we would hope that the board would support efforts at continuing that.
So would you say that the age group is the highest is out of high school and in those college years? Because it looks like a trend that I used to see as far as when that would happen is when a lot of services get cut off, or the access to being protected all day, every day, K through 12, and then now you're going to college. You don't have that. The real world, you don't have that protection. So the years that the highest suicide rates over time has always been that 18 to 24 years old of age, when they're away from family, away from help, away from trusted individual, or whatever you want to call it. Maybe they're away from their church or whatever it may be, but that seems to be the age that is the biggest because they don't have free access to everything.
I think that's a logical assumption, and Deborah, if you'll make a note, we'll have Trish come back with those figures in terms of the age demographics.
Okay. Debbie, you have another quick one?
Okay, so when you're presenting about local board control, this is under them, like Michelle was talking about. One of the issues that comes up with a lot of the parents that are coming to me is they're coming to me because they don't know how to get a hold of their local boards. And so especially if those issues are within the school and they're already frustrated through the process of talking to teachers or principals or superintendents. So there's not that resolution. Well, I end up bothering Dr. Watson all the time because, they're calling me. Right. And I'm trying to get them in touch with their local board so they can at least go that route first before coming to us. And a lot of them are just like unlisted. So I don't know if that would help your work here, is if those local school board members were more engaged and helping set the policy, because obviously how do they set the policy if the parents aren't even reaching them? So, all those things.
Well, first of all, Trish and I and Tammy are very happy to help you with those calls. Sometimes they can be overwhelming, and we're more than happy to provide support for that. I think that's one of the things, Debbie, that we're going to put in the toolkit is a suggestion as to what process, what procedure can you follow. In other words, simply put, what are your parent rights?
And Debbie, I think I can help because I appreciate what you're saying on that. And that's the biggest problem. I mean, we're hearing from parents. Parents are wanting some guidance. And so that's the document, one of the documents that will be presented next month as a receive item. What we are proposing to do is create and require, this board would have to require that it be posted on districts that have websites, a one sheet that gives roughly the definition of bullying. Secondly, the steps that they should follow if that occurs. That is really important, and that's a parental thing that I feel like our committee is doing great works on that. The one thing that will make a huge difference too is, as an example, and I'm just going to ask you all to reflect. If your child comes home and somewhat with a black eye or bruised, you don't want to, go through a process of trying to document, or you want action immediately. At least that's how I think. And I don't want to spend time trying to research or who. I want that one stop that tells me exactly what to do. And if A doesn't work, here's B. And if B doesn't work, here's C. And if C doesn't work, then you have an option of involving the police department if you choose, or the local board if you choose, to have those options outlined for them. And I think when we do something like that, it will really help those parents who are worrying about the safety of their child. But it's a good question.
And Dennis, it disappeared on me, but I think you were on there.
Yeah, I thank you for this information. This is helpful because I get emails too. And I guess, it's good to be aware, to get information and bring awareness. But is there an effort from your department? Because I've seen when I visit schools, I've seen posters that are made by the local people, by teachers, whatever, kindness and that type of thing. Is there an effort from your department for the antidote for this? Like, when I was in grade school, I think we had posters of the golden rule on the hallway and stuff like that, and looking at just how to treat other people with kindness as a kind of a mental reminder of what it is to be, how we relate to each other. I know we can't put Bible verses on hallways, but be kind one to another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another. That's one of my favorites. So is there a positive effort from your as far as promoting information that would stimulate thoughts about relationship?
Well, thank you for the question, and absolutely. First of all, if superintendents were here or school counselors or social workers are here, they would talk about the code of conduct that each school has, and certainly we want to address bullying prevention through school-wide discipline. But also, as you say, just being kind. A previous board went into partnership with the State Senate in a joint resolution to create the first full month of October as Anti-Bullying Awareness Week. And that's when a lot of schools take the opportunity to get engaged with the kind of thing, Dennis, that you're talking about. But certainly we encourage it. And if we had time, I would take those Kansas competencies and I would align what you said with several of those Kansas competencies. Tammy, did you have something?
Okay.
The other piece that I would like to add is just, when we talk about subjects such as these, we go back to the whole idea of relationship building, which is the reason why we are, promoting building relationships, giving real life examples of what our students face in the classroom, in the hallways, outside of school, so that families, the students, and the staff have some common language to build those relationships around. And if they just look at a document and say, here's something else I can do, I think signs are wonderful, but we also need to build in that whole relationship building piece. Our students are tied to technology, so sometimes that relationship piece is missing. So hopefully this is the sort of thing that can help build those conversations.
Okay, and I have Connie, Jim, and Melanie, and then we're going to have to move on. Connie.
Yes, I had kids in Tonganoxie High School when that case went through. So I asked some of the boys, mainly the boys, why are you doing that? And you know what their response was? Because it was fun. And I told them, but it's wrong. And I'm thinking, I'm glad we did something because it was wrong. And they didn't think it was wrong. They thought it was fun. So my question is, when technology and the cell phones came into the schools, was there a rise in bullying, especially through the cell phones?
Absolutely. It changed the landscape, and it's so hard to monitor. And that's why, I express appreciation for the work that the board and particularly Danny did on cell phone usage. At the very least, it created an awareness. Mm-hmm. And I've noticed that more and more districts are adopting stricter cell phone use rules, and also more states are adopting it. So thank you, Connie.
Jim?
Tammy, did you want to add anything?
Oh, I'm sorry. We could, okay. Jim?
Thank you. There is a way to get help. I'm going to give you two examples. I got a call last week. Actually, a brother of a student sent me an email that I didn't see because he sent it in the middle of the night. And then since I didn't respond, the father called me. And it was very polite. I mean, what they wanted was help. Mm-hmm. And what had happened, in my view, what looks to me like what happened was a student was actually assaulted by a faculty member. Well, I don't know how to deal with that. So I contacted Kent. And he followed up. And now I'm going to say something about the entire department that I think exemplifies what Kent did. First of all, he followed up immediately. He responded to me between 5 and 6 a.m. on Sunday morning, which is also consistent with what I've had over the years through the department. I don't think we realize how good our people are and how dedicated they are. And he has dealt with that. And he's helping that family. Now, I'm not drumming up business for you, because I don't want everybody.
That's why we're here.
But that is it. On my way here, whenever I came, I guess yesterday, I got a call again from a parent that had a significant issue. But part of the issue was the IEPs were not being implemented. So I referred that to that department. They're here to help. And I found them to be extremely helpful. First of all, I want to thank you for your help there, because it's not the first time I've contacted you. But there is help, and I have the same frustration that Debbie has. It's easy to find us, and I believe it should be easy to find every elected official.
I agree.
Madam Chair, may I? There is one issue, and this is my favorite. Well, it's a saying that I say most frequently, and that is, I'm not an attorney, I am a program manager. And once callers start asking for legal advice, then I need to tell them, I am a program manager, I'm not an attorney. You have the right to seek legal counsel. And I don't know if that's going to help you or not, but that's what we do here.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both again. The comment I have is no longer specifically related to this, although I appreciate that you said that you would ask Trish about some of those statistics. So, Madam Chair, if it's okay, I just had a quick correction for the board. We take in a lot of information. We get a lot of data and statistics, and it's easy to misstep. And certainly as a parent, I think that I see patterns that I could potentially equate percentages to, and I would be wrong. So I am not trying to call out my fellow board member. I was just curious, though, about the specifics of the data on suicide rates. And so I wanted to share with the board that I just quickly went to the CDC website, and the age group with the highest percentage of suicide across the population is 85% and older. By
85 years?
85 years, sorry, 85 years old and older, sorry for misspeaking there, at 22.7%. It's actually, I'd say, kind of average between other age groups. It's a little bit lower between 65 to 74, but in the 10 to 14-year-old range, it is 2.3%. In the 15 to 24-year-old range, it is 13.5%. And then in the 25 to 34-year-old range, it is 18.6. So, thank you.
Thank you, Melanie.
I have a couple myself. I want to speak into the faculty part that Jim brought up, because that was already on my notes, actually, because I have gotten where they're speaking about a teacher or somebody. And I think we need to remember that's a licensure issue. And those really need to come to the department to be investigated. We need to make sure we're keeping our kids safe. So if there's any possibility that's real, we need to look at that, and we need to go that direction. So we let's keep that in mind. That's something I've had to kind of sit in myself, because quite a few of the complaints I've had are leaning in toward the adults in the buildings. And so that's very concerning to me. Not that kids can't be frustrating, we just need to be really careful. One of the things I've had a parent say to me is that they were not allowed to advocate for their child, that had to come from the child. And I'm talking elementary, like age, or right in that 4th, 5th, 6th. So I just want to kind of say, surely that's not a real expectation of anything we would say.
No. And that's confusing for me, but then I don't know all of the details.
Exactly. And like I said, we always get, that one
No,
side of the story.
we will stand tall for parent engagement.
Yes, and yes, that was huge to me, so I just kind of want to make sure we're all on the same page in that. I do want to bring up, within the character development standards, I guess I would be under, on core principles, what I found, and it actually was saying, and this is grades 3 through 5, that apparently we're teaching kids that they're to treat others as they wish to be treated, treating others as they wish to be treated. And that's very concerning to me, and especially when you talk about the bullying aspect, because we don't want to treat a bully the way they expect us to treat them. So to me, that's doesn't make sense at all, that we would ever imply to it in any way to a child, that anybody, that we're to treat other people. How would you ever know? Except they're being very expressive about it. So,
could you repeat what grade level? And
3 through 5, under the character development core principles, page 9. So literally that verbiage is written in there in our standards. And so that's very concerning to me, that because that definitely doesn't align with what we're saying. We don't, it's impossible. You don't know how somebody wants to be treated in any given moment. It's unknowable. So leaning into Dennis with the putting out there the correct behavior versus always focusing on. I've actually had a couple superintendents talk about they don't like putting up a lot of the different posters and things on their walls because they see an increase in bullying the more they talk about bullying. So to me, if you're flipping that into positive behaviors, dealing with bullying when we need to, obviously, but just kind of leaning into the more positive side of that.
Okay.
So
thank you, and that's a viewpoint that I don't think we'd considered when we were writing those standards.
Yeah.
I'm glad you did mention the standards, though, because a key aspect under core principles, and this is what separates what we do in Kansas from whatever Florida does or Mississippi, and that is we give them a framework, much like the competency framework, and then we say, okay, identify what your needs are, and then build from that. So actually, it's, again, local control. Now, the exception would be the big three, and that would be the Flat Act,
right.
which is suicide prevention, the bullying statute, and mandated reporting.
Sure. Okay.
But thank you for that.
And I don't know if this fits, so if it doesn't, we'll move on and I'll get my answers somewhere else. But I wondered if you could define within, because we have quite a few titles that float around kind of in this arena, school psychologists, school counselors, social workers. Is there a kind of a definition of where they fit within?
Well, typically, school counselors work with Tier 1 and Tier 2, okay? And that is that they work with all students. And then school social workers would deal with top half of Tier 2 and then all of Tier 3. Now, I say that, and there's people in your district where there's just one person to do all those roles. But ideally, what we would like is that counselors deal with Tier 1 and Tier 2, all students, in 3 domains: academic, social emotional, and career. And then the Tier 3 issues would be referred to a social worker.
Okay. I'll probably have to pick this up another time because I know we're very short on time. I was cutting off questions, but I will give you one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we're referring a student to a social worker or a mental health person, are they contacting the parent first to make sure that the parent is involved too, or not?
We would contact the parent. The only exception for that is if there's immediate danger, if the child is a threat to themselves or to others. And Trish can talk about this because it's Tier 3 and I deal with Tier 1 and Tier 2. But the idea is to make sure everything's safe. But always there will be parent contact. That's what's coming from this agency, and I think that's what's coming from this state board.
Yes, sir, thank you.
You all know this is probably the top question you get from patrons something happened in the school, I'm upset, I don't know what to do. And so I think Jim brought this up, but what our agency doesn't pick sides.
Right.
What we try to do is put the family with the knowledge that they need to navigate the system at the local level. So what Kent would do, or what our special ed office does, or when you send something to us, we contact the school, say this person's made this complaint, or this, in this case, bullying. What assistance do you need? What can you do? We're going to call it, we're going to talk to this parent, this family. We're going to try to put the two of you together. This needs to be resolved. And we try to do that on every case. As Kathy said, when it involves a certified staff member, Scott immediately becomes involved and we start an investigation. There doesn't have to be a crime to be committed for us to investigate the pulling of a license over that. Scott is very aggressive in that. And now, that doesn't mean there's always two sides or three sides to a story, but and you'll hear it when Bert's in front of you on special ed because of dispute. We don't try to find for the school, we don't try to find for the parent, we try to help resolve the issue because, as Betty said, what you want is action. My kid is hurting, something happened, I'm defensive. So I always tell you, if you don't know what to do or what to say, call us, send it to us. Many of you do that. We'll always try to follow up with you as to what we've done. But we'll try to help them get to where they need to go to get their conflict resolved.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And
Thank you, Board.
all right, thank you. And just to inform you, Board, my hand-raising app just went glitchy on me, so it's over. Eric, I don't know what's happening, but it's crazy. Okay, up next, we are going to get an update on literacy initiatives in Kansas schools. Dr. Lori Curtis, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board, for allowing us this time today. I'm really excited. I've heard several people talk about literacy over the last few months, and it's really nice for me to be here, but I just want you to know that what I am here to talk about is going to be based in a document that you already have, the Framework for Education and Literacy Education in Kansas. That document can also be found in the page that I manage here at the agency. And so we'll be talking and expanding on some of those things. But as you listen to the things that we've accomplished and the things we're working hard to do and the things that we envision doing, I don't do this on my own. I do this with a team. This is the team, and every time we do PD, we talk to every teacher throughout the state and say, these are your people. This is your team to help provide you with additional support and what you need. But in addition, there are other teams. We have an English language arts team. Today I'm going to talk mainly about the work that this team has done, the early literacy dyslexia team, that I have had the privilege to, I don't even say manage, I don't manage them, but I help guide some of the work that they do actually since I came, which has been a little bit over 3 years ago. I was tasked to find people that I felt would really be able to support teachers in any of the help that they needed. So they were very carefully selected based on work that they had done and expertise that they have, and I'm very proud of the work that we have done. 5 of those individuals are teacher leader consultants. I have 2 of them here with me today. They'll introduce themselves in just a minute. We have 5 that are field educators that I can contract to do additional work. They're exemplary teachers. One's a former SLP. They all have different expertise. So this is your early literacy dyslexia team. This is the team that helps our teachers throughout the state. So I have 2 of them today. Amy Bybee is here. I'll have her introduce herself, and Jerry Powers, and we're going to kind of tag team our presentation today, so you'll be hearing from each of them.
Hello, I'm Amy Bybee. I am a teacher leader consultant with KSDE Early Literacy Dyslexia Team. And I will tell you, Dr. Curtis is a great leader. So I have been in education for many years and been with many districts. At this time, I'm an assistant superintendent curriculum director with the Ottawa School District. But Dr. Curtis has really led, I just touched something. Dr. Curtis has really led the state of Kansas to be able to really move literacy. Literacy has always been a love of mine, and we've always heard about literacy, and it's always been part of what we do as educators, but KSDE and Dr. Curtis are definitely leading us in a direction that is going to show positive impacts with our students.
Good morning. I'm a little shorter. I'm Jerry Powers, and for 28 years I worked for the DeSoto School District as a reading specialist K through 5. The last 3 years I was K through 12, so I spent a lot more time trying to just figure out middle school and high school and what we can do to help those students. And I retired in June, but I really wasn't ready to retire. So this job gives me the opportunity to do something I love, which is continue to share about literacy. And serving on the dyslexia task force with Mr. Porter over there was a great opportunity for me just to learn more. And that's something that's always interested me, is trying to figure out how we can better help struggling readers. I was not a struggling reader, but those are the students that I've always been drawn towards, is seeing in them the struggle and the pain. And as one student told me, the self-loathing she felt as a first grader, and how we can come alongside those students and provide them with the best instruction, but also that relationship. I hear that over and over and over again from every student that I continue to work with or interview, is that's vital for them to feel like somebody's in their corner and somebody cares about them enough to go through the hard times with them and help them to succeed. So thank you so much for letting me be here today. This is something I love to talk about.
I think you probably have a break after we're done, but I've done 3-hour graduate courses, so here we go now. And now I can't get it to move forward, my slides, so we might be here a while. I'll do another one. Okay. I know you've seen this. I will not take any thunder away from Dr. Proctor and the school improvement model and the KISA individuals that have talked with you about this, but I do want to just acknowledge that in the 4 fundamentals, you'll see structured literacy is right there. And as we look at how we define that, it was very important that we defined it PK through 12. Because as texts get more complex and students are needing to be led through more difficult conversations about what they're reading and how they're writing, all of that, we need to make sure that we're supporting all students. And you heard Jerry talk about her work with middle secondary. So one of the things that we did in this team is to take the work of the Dyslexia Task Force and expand it to make sure that we're supporting all students. And you'll see in the model for school improvement, it's PK through 12 in all content levels, in all disciplines. But I have red arrows by all of the fundamentals because it was really interesting as we were working on this school improvement model for me to separate structured literacy out of any of the other fundamentals, because we have aligned our standards in the state of Kansas to make sure structured literacy is included in that. So when we work with systems about standards alignment, we are working with them on how to align the curriculum and their teaching to structured literacy. And when we look at balanced assessment, you as a board have made decisions about universal screening measures that we use in the state of Kansas. A balanced assessment system includes that universal screening, the diagnostics we use to make sure we know how to provide the best instruction for children. All of our assessments are aligned to making sure we do what's best, guided by the science of reading. So balanced assessment is one of our fundamentals too. And then all that we're doing is about quality instruction. when you look at the commitment you've made to our letters training and the work that we are doing, that is to make sure that all of our teachers are able to provide quality instruction for students. And so when I look at the school improvement model, it's hard for me to just say, yep, structured literacy is right there at the top, because structured literacy is included in every single one of our fundamentals. In the structures, you will see things like professional learning. That's what that letters training is all about. So you will see it in the structures, the lead indicators, and in the measures of progress that schools show us. So structured literacy is very well ingrained into our school improvement model. And as I talk to other state leaders who do what I do around the country, Kansas is the only one I've heard of that really raises that understanding of structured literacy to that idea of it's important enough that we are going to align accreditation to that. So in that school improvement model, we provide literacy instruction pre-K-12, aligned to the science of reading to ensure teachers and administrators are well-trained and knowledgeable in the elements and implementation of structured literacy. So again, as you think about all of that work you've done with letters, we're making sure our administrators are trained along with our educators and our early childhood educators as well.
As I go through the next several slides, I'm going to share with you just from the perspective of how this helped me as a teacher. And so in 2012, this infographic was designed by Dr. Nancy Young, and then she updated it in 2021. And the idea behind it was, how can you explain in a fairly simple way how students learn to read? And if you notice the percentages, you can see that it's a wide range. For example, a few students, 5, 10%, it's just like they learn by osmosis. I did not work with those students. One of my sons was that way, and I was like, reading isn't natural like language. So how does this happen? It's just the way their brain processes written text. They're really fortunate, but it doesn't mean they don't need good instruction. But if you then look at the 30 to 35%, they pick it up fairly easily, but they still need good instruction. Almost half of our students, it has to be very code-based, which is when you look at that, you're thinking of understanding the sounds, those individual sounds of our language, and how to put those sounds with letters together, and then how to get to where you can do it automatically. They need that in a very systematic way. That's almost half of our students. And then 10 to 15%, it's intensive. So like I would work with some students for an hour a day in general education in a very structured, very systematic way. They were not on an IEP. They were not in special education. My goal was to keep them out of special education and to work with them in a very intensive way. And so that's why it's so important when you think about what you all did, and it started with the Dyslexia Task Force with Mr. Porter leading that, where we came to, this is what we're about in Kansas. We're about, if you're an accredited school, you must use evidence-based methodology. And look at all those things bulleted. Because if we don't have a common understanding of what those terms mean, that means I go out and do it my way, you go out and do it your way. That's what led us down a path of a lot of problems, because there was not enough instruction in what those terms mean. And that common understanding among educators is just critical. So if you see that word science of reading, there's a lot of misunderstanding about what even that term means, much less all the other terms. And so part of what we do when we go out and train is we never forget that we have to be very clear and very explicit that this is what these terms mean. And this is how it's played out instructionally. So for example, just the term science of reading, it is so misunderstood. Many people think, oh, I teach the science of reading. No, you don't. The science of reading, that's that body of research. And what's fascinating to me is it's 50 to 60 years old. It's been around and it's been researched. The problem has been getting that research down to teachers. Because like I said, what happens is you go, okay, I think I know what that means. So I'm going to play it out this way. And I'm going to play it out this way. And teachers spend so much time trying to figure that out on their own. And so when we realize the science of reading, it comes from so many disciplines: linguistics, cognitive science, neuroscience. And when we look at what's converging, what are we saying is, oh, your research is really similar to this, and it's telling us the same thing. That is really important, that convergence of research. And so helping everyone understand the science of reading is that large body of research. And keep in mind, it's dynamic because we continue to study, we continue to learn. And it doesn't mean we're intentionally making errors. It means as we get new information, we have to change what we're doing. And that's a lot of what our training is about. In DeSoto, we started and we spent 5 years, even before the state board came up with this, saying, we need to really realign our instruction. And it takes time to bring teachers up to where they have that knowledge of the science of reading, and it can impact their instruction. And when we talk about research, this is one of those mental models that this is from 1991. And I'm telling you, teachers haven't heard about it until fairly recently. And sometimes as a teacher, you think, oh, researchers, they sit in their office and they come up with all this stuff. What teachers want to know is, how does it impact me instructionally? What can I do better? And this model transformed my teaching. This is an example of how really good research, when we get it down into teachers' hands, what you can do with it is really almost miraculous. So this research came from Dr. Hollis Scarborough in 91. And there was some research before that that was separate from 86, where we said, okay, reading is very complex, but we can break it down into 2 main categories. You got to have word recognition. You got to read the words on the page. That's where that code base comes in. But it's also language. The basis of reading is language. And when you think about, if I'm talking to you, do you understand what I'm saying? It's that oral language. If you can't understand that, you're not going to understand it on the page. So those 2 things are important. But as teacher, what I needed to know is what Dr. Scarborough created, which are, see all those sub-skills underneath language? It's background knowledge, it's vocabulary, it's structure, it's genre, those things, because when I know those things, and I know that word recognition is around phonological awareness, that sound awareness, I can break a word down into individual sounds, and then I can apply letter or letters to those sounds, phonics, and then I can do it quickly, automatically, which is sight recognition. There are informal assessments that teachers can use tied to those different sub-skills. It's a little harder in language because it's so teased together. But I went through and said, okay, now I understand that phonological awareness is important. So here's an assessment I can use that will directly impact what I teach tomorrow. And that's where the beauty of research comes about. When teachers can take it and they can apply it and they can use it in a focused and intentional way to help students tomorrow.
And we know that what teachers are doing for every student in their class matters. And Jerry's going to talk a little bit more about structured literacy. But we know that some students really, really struggle. Think about the blue part of Scarborough's rope. When we think of that word recognition, we have students that really struggle to hear those sounds that come through our print that we see, to connect the sounds with the letters, to process that. And it isn't that their brains aren't working, their brains work differently. They are neurodiverse. So they're going to learn differently. They're going to take more explicit instruction to do that. And quite often those students will have those characteristics or be diagnosed with dyslexia. And dyslexia is a specific learning disability that really impacts that ability of a student to hear and connect a sound to a letter and process our text in a quick way so that they would become fluent. And so we have here on the slide, this is the KSDE, the definition that we use for dyslexia. And if you look through that, it talks about the phonological components of language, but it also acknowledges that this is not connected with intelligence. We have students that are brilliant that struggle with dyslexia. We have students that have lower cognitive ability that struggle with dyslexia. This is not reliant on the language you speak. This is not reliant on your SES status. This is the way brains work. And as teachers, we need to be able to identify when a student is struggling in this way and then know what to do. So we need to know what the assessments are that we look for. We need to know what the instruction needs to do that we would use to support these students. Because the reality is, as those kids get older, they choose to read less. Because it's human nature for all of us to avoid things that are painful for us. So if you are not easily able to read something, and every day you know you're going to go to school and people are going to ask you to do things that you can't do, that you struggle with, you're going to do what you can to avoid that, and you're not going to choose to do it in your free time quite often. So those kids often have a lower access to vocabulary, and they read less because they're choosing to read less, where it takes them longer to read. So we need to make sure, and part of the work that we do is to make sure teachers understand how to identify these characteristics and know what to do instructionally after they've provided assessments. But what's really interesting now is we have this group of children. It seems like more children are coming into our preschools, nonverbal, not speaking, struggling in language, but they will receive services and they will work with an SLP, and they get into kindergarten and they seem to be catching up. They're decoding the words. They get released from services, but they hit 3rd or 4th grade, they fall apart. Their state assessment scores, they fall apart. They look back and they say, these are students who we had identified with a language problem as a preschooler. And so what we're now learning more and more about is developmental language disorder. So think of that Scarborough's rope that Jerry showed you, the red part at the top, the language problem. These are students who struggle in language. And if you look at that, it's also a brain-based learning disorder. It also, it presents like dyslexia in a continuum. Some kids have a little difficulty, some kids have more difficulty. And it says it's in DLD, our students are 4 times more likely to have difficulty in math, 6 times more difficulty in reading. The incidence is 1 in 14 children, so 5 times more common than autism. And the reason I'm bringing this to you is we follow the science of reading. We are watching this, and Kansas has been so blessed to have 2 of the leading national experts provide information to our teachers. Suzanne Adloff and Tiffany Hogan have spoken to Kansas teachers, and if you follow my dyslexia newsletter, you'll see every month I provide information about DLD because we want to make sure our teachers are staying current on the research, because this too will impact how well our students are reading, because like Jerry said, language is the foundation and the basis for our ability to read.
So as I shared with you Scarborough's rope and how I used that knowledge to determine how I was going to assess my students, because the kinds of assessments I value are the ones that give me information about my individual students, where I find out what their struggles are, but also what they're really strong at. Because if you think, if you just imagine that you were a struggling reader, and maybe some of you were, and as I talked with these students and as I continue to talk with them, they feel that they are the sum of their weakness. That's just what they feel. They feel unintelligent, which what they would say is, I feel stupid. That's the word they would use. And they're not. You see, like Dr. Curtis said, you see in them such intelligence. But when you go to school and all you do is read and write and math, and those are things you struggle in, it's very easy to feel like, I'm not good at anything here. And so as a teacher, your job is to come up with a way that you can use assessments to help students by knowing what to teach them tomorrow, because you've got to be efficient and you've got to be focused. These kids do not have time to waste. But you also need a system that's easy enough to explain to your students. And I don't care if they're even a kindergartner or a first grader, all the way up to 12th grade. So when I created this document, it was for myself as a way to guide me to be efficient in the way I assessed, so that I could drill down from the screener and go, okay, is this more of a word recognition or is this more of a language comprehension? So it gave me an idea of where to start from the screener, but then also it was my list of assessments that I use that are informal, which means I could say things like, could you tell me more about that? Or if I didn't think it went deep enough, I could make the decision to go further. So from this document, I was able to be very efficient in the way I assessed, and it gave me information. So for example, I would have a student that I'd think, their issue is much more in word recognition than language comprehension. So a lot of kids I work with have dyslexia, and that's what I saw a lot of. So when I would sit down with a student, I could say, look, this is an area in which you struggle, and we've got this. I know what to do to help you. You're going to have to work hard, but here's where we're going to start, and we're going to do this together. But I also want you to know, here's an area in which you are really strong. And you just see their faces light up because they didn't know that they even have an area in literacy in which they're really strong. Your background knowledge is amazing. You know so much about the world around you. And that is something that's really hard to teach. And you've already got that. And so you see them already start to know, she's got my back. She knows what I need. She's going to help me. So when you talk about assessment data, I need data that I can use tomorrow. And I also need to build a relationship with my students so that they know we're in this together. And I don't care if they're kindergarten. I don't care if they're 12th grade. The power in being able to assess in a way that guides your instruction. There's a student at the high school, and he graduates this year, and I went back to visit, and he was a student that I worked with every time because behaviors, I love those kids, behaviors, but also he struggled, and those two things get tied together. It's hard to tease out what's even going on. But it was like, he won't write, he won't read, he won't do any of this. He wrote me this thank you that I opened it, and it covered the whole page and the back side. And I thought, this kid can read and write. He can do it, and he's going to be fine. It's just helping him to not lose his way before his brain really develops enough to make wise decisions. But my assessment data is what told me those things about him, where his strengths were, where his weaknesses were, but also that relationship with him told me where he's at emotionally and what he needs, the kind of help he needs to come alongside him. And so we do need assessments. Teachers, absolutely, but we need the right kind too, that help me to know tomorrow how I can help this student in a way that will transform his or her life. And that's why it's so important that we all understand structured literacy. Whether you're a 12th grade teacher or you're kindergarten, I keep saying that over and over again because it's really important when you're teaching science or social studies at the high school level. You're still required, look at the standards, you're still required to teach reading and writing at high levels. But teachers were not trained in that. They were trained in the content. And so a lot of the work I do is going into middle schools and high schools and helping them to understand, what does structured literacy look like in social studies? What does it look like in science? And what does it even look like in math, art history, ELA? And so when you look at structured literacy, it tells us what we need to teach. We need to teach about those individual sounds, how letters are attached to those. We need to teach them about how to divide words into syllables, how to divide words into meaningful parts so they can read them. And it also helps your vocabulary when you know prefixes and suffixes. It's all of those things that go back to Scarborough's rope. So that's what I love. If I align everything with Scarborough's rope, and then I align my teaching with those structured literacy principles of what needs to be taught and how I need to teach it. And this is what teachers need help with. We all talk about explicit, but you'll walk away thinking what you're doing is explicit, and you'll walk away and it maybe isn't. And so part of what we do in our training is it's got to be explicit, and here's what that looks like. So we all have a common understanding, because what I see is that a lot of what we think is explicit is still left too much up to the students to figure it out on their own. So being very explicit, having a system to it where it's not just willy-nilly. You're going from what's logically beginning, gradually getting more difficult. It's interactive. The kids are reading and writing and listening and talking, and I'm giving them feedback. Like, here's what you're saying, but let me challenge you in that. Or here's really the correct way to pronounce this. But when they're doing well, it's giving them feedback on that too. Your idea, I hadn't even thought of that. I love the way your brain works. But do you see the last thing under how it's data-driven? If I'm not assessing in a way that dictates how I'm going to teach tomorrow, I am wasting time, because I'm teaching them things they don't need to know, or I'm teaching things way over here and they're clear back here. So data, the right data, is so important for teachers to understand. And that's something that we do as we go around, is we teach them how to use informal diagnostic assessments to guide their instruction tomorrow.
Okay, so and then we need to make sure that all our teachers and administrators understand the difference between research-based and evidence-based. As we are working through professional learning for districts, is we want our focus to be on evidence-based. So the difference is research-based means that the research has shown that the practices that they might be using should work in theory, but evidence-based means that there is evidence that shows that it's an effective practice, or it's an effective resource. So being able to really understand, how do I determine if I'm looking at resources for the quality instruction, which is part of our fundamentals, not only structured literacy, but that quality instruction is when I'm going through a curricular review, how do I know that I'm looking for the evidence-based research that's been done with those materials. I was working with a group of high school teachers, and they were going through their ELA curriculum review, and they felt like a lot of the things that they're providing instruction for their students was very strong. And what we determined is a lot of the things, yes, that you're doing, they're research-based. But what do your assessment scores look like? And they're like, well, we could be better. Right. So is it that we can be better by ensuring that what we're providing for our students is evidence-based versus just, well, I'm teaching it, it's research-based, it really should work, not sure why it's not working. Well, that's when we use the data. That's when we use what we know about structured literacy, about where are our students, the students that are struggling, what do we need to make sure that we're providing for them. And it is those evidence-based practices that we have to ensure that everybody understands, so that we can be, the last line I love, we have to be knowledgeable consumers. And you know what? The marketing world will bend to this. So they may slap on something that says, oh yeah, we're evidence-based, but we have to be able to be consumers, good consumers, to be able to really look into that and go, well, I want to see the data. I want to see the evidence-based data to ensure that we're making good decisions for our district and for our students. So at the time that the Dyslexia Legislative Task Force was put together, they put together expectations that we would be working on as a state to ensure that we are addressing the things that are important in regards to literacy. So here are the list of things that we're expected to really look at, those modifying those teacher preparation standards. It sure helps districts if our teachers coming out of universities have the knowledge that they need to be able to step into a classroom, and that first year is a a big learning curve. If they already have a lot of the knowledge that they need for teaching literacy, that is super helpful for our districts. To approve an examination that would ensure that our teachers have the knowledge that they need to have in order to be strong literacy instructors. That ongoing professional learning. We all understand, if you have been in any type of professional learning, everybody takes on professional learning at different times. You know, you may, if we sat in the same professional learning conference or workshop, you may have picked up way more than I picked up. I may have to hear it a couple more times in order for it to really solidify for me. So in order for us to be able to provide that ongoing professional learning and not say, well, we've already provided something on the Scarborough's rope, so we're not going to address that again. No, we have to keep addressing it. And we have new teachers coming in to our system. So we have to continue with that professional learning. The universal screener and protocols and approved screeners, ensuring that our districts are understanding how to use those universal screeners. What does that truly mean? Honestly, ensuring our school boards understand what those universal screeners mean, that they're not necessarily growth models, but they do show us which of our kids are at risk and what's the number of kids that we have that are not at risk. And then those approved screeners, so that we're not just pulling from, well, I heard about this one and this may be good. Again, going back to that research-based versus evidence-based. The structured literacy model of instruction, so that we are all, again, being very consistent in how we are providing literacy across the state. Developing the dyslexia handbook as that guide for districts on what do I need to know. We have a lot of new superintendents, we have a lot of new curriculum directors, we have a lot of new principals and teachers. As we continually have new people coming in, we have to ensure that we have some type of resource that is going to help those new people, along with the professional learning, that will get them up to speed on all of the great work that's being done. We have a dyslexia coordinator, and we have that in Dr. Curtis, who's doing a great job leading us through this process, and then amending our KISA model to include the strong MTSS system. And I think the 4 fundamentals that are in place now really do a great job of ensuring that those all of pieces of MTSS are covered. And then encourage educator preparation institutions to create a course of study, so that we ensure that whatever they're receiving in reading instruction at the university levels really encompasses what they need to know about the foundations of science of reading and structured literacy. So when you look at where we're at currently, we have all of these things are in place. This year is really at that point where there's more happening with the educator preparation institutions. But I feel really proud of the things that have been created by various teams, not just our early literacy and dyslexia team, but all of the teams that are in place in KSDE. But as far as our team and the dyslexia team, there are people from all of us have different backgrounds, and some of us have been in education a long time. I myself have lived through whole language, balanced literacy, and now we're at a place where I feel like, wow, we are helping I can tell you, when I taught second grade way back in early 90s, I know I was not a strong teacher, but I also didn't have the knowledge or the resources to be able to help me to be that strong teacher. And so if I were that second grade teacher now, I would have a lot of things in place that would help me to become a strong teacher, not after 15 years of teaching, but hopefully after 2 years of teaching. That first year, you've got to let those first year teachers just figure out how to be able to manage their classrooms a lot, they have a lot of learning that happens that first year. But we can help our teachers become strong teachers at a faster rate, which is what our kids need. And so I feel like our team is really moving in a great direction with the things that we've put into place. So looking back at those initiatives, we have the handbook, we have the dyslexia screening protocol, and I will say I think the updates that we've made to the dyslexia screening protocol with our ninth graders really has added that element of motivation that we needed for our high school kids to be able to show what they know during that 9th grade year with that universal screener. So I think putting that piece into our protocol has been a positive. And then the required dyslexia training for new teachers. I will tell you when this first came out, the dyslexia training modules, we have continued to make it better. So as districts are facilitating that, we take back the feedback that we get. What we really want is we want this not to be something that's a checkoff box for our districts with our new teachers. We want it to be something that is truly valued, that is facilitated, and that can really offer those new teachers the information that they need, that the state of Kansas expects them to be able to have that knowledge. And then our required structured literacy annual training. All of the offerings that we provide are great opportunities for our districts to be able to utilize the trainings that KSDE is providing as part of that annual training. And I think having that stipulation makes it so that it is not something that, again, is a checkoff box. Oh, we did that. Well, then all of a sudden, 3 or 4 years later, are we still doing that? Oh gosh, maybe we need to bring our focus back to it. This makes sure that it's always a focus. And then obviously part of our KISA model to ensures that it's always a focus. So other initiatives is we do have the KSDE Literacy Advisory Council, which brings stakeholders from all different aspects of the state of Kansas with education, bringing them together to be able to get great feedback and different perceptions possibly that maybe our teams at KSDE hadn't thought about. So that's been super successful. We offer support for the Every Child Can Read Act. One of the things that I think it's important that I feel like the information that's getting out is that this is 3rd grade, but it affects our pre-K, our K, our 1, and our 2 teachers. It is not just our 3rd grade teachers' responsibility to ensure that our kids are reading proficiently by the end of 3rd grade. It is birth all the way up to 3rd grade that we need to be addressing. How are we ensuring that our students are proficient readers by the end of 3rd grade? With the ELA standards being updated, that plays right along with what we know about what's strong with literacy and letters training. Honestly, that's probably, I feel like, one of the strongest things that the state could have provided for our teachers. It's a lift. If you aren't familiar with the training, it's a lot, but it is so worthwhile. And what I love is it's not a program that they have to try to implement. It is truly for developing their knowledge on understanding how to be a better reading instructor and the things that they should be looking for. And that our administrators are part of that process is great too. Because we need our leaders to understand where we're trying to move the learning of our teachers, but then also for our students. We have the KSD Literacy Leadership Cadre that includes letters facilitators that have been trained, and that allows one of the challenges with letters training is being able to find the opportunity to go out to be trained, because you have modules, but then you have trainings that you have to attend, and for the state to be able to support training some letters facilitators that can be within your own district. What a great way for us to ensure that training continues, and that it's not something, again, that, okay, we did it once, I got the certificate that says I completed letters training, but then it allows districts to continue that conversation and really look in classrooms to see how are our teachers applying that knowledge. The Reading Specialist PLC is actually fairly new, but has been very well received. We have reading specialists that are called reading specialists, but they're actually reading interventionists. And we really want our teachers who are acting as reading specialists in their buildings or reading interventionists, how can you help support your teachers in the classroom? You are working with kids during Tier 2, but you see what's happening during Core or Tier 1. So how can you be a coach or support for those teachers? And so that PLC allows those teachers to get together and be led through questions and feedback to help build their knowledge and their comfort level in doing that. And then we have monthly the Early Literacy and Dyslexia newsletter that is chock full of wonderful information from Dr. Curtis. And I know a lot of teachers access that, and then a lot of districts put that in newsletters so that teachers, it's in front of them, so that hopefully they access that. Other supports that we have is the Structured Literacy Instructional Guide. So when teachers are figuring out, am I doing this right? How many minutes should I be doing word recognition versus language comprehension? The instructional guide will help with that. There's those structured literacy components checklist, not only for teachers, but also for administrators, that they know what they're looking for when they walk into a classroom to see, is structured literacy happening in their classrooms as they walk through. And then our professional development, the collaboration with service centers has been super valuable, because we have a team at KSDE that we're working with, but there's only so many of us. So being able to collaborate with the service centers, that ensures that the messages that the service centers are giving out is a consistent message as to what KSDE is wanting to ensure in regards to literacy. The Literacy Lifeline is, in essence, a place where any teacher, any administrator, any specialist could call and say, hey, we are struggling with this. We have a student, and here's the information that we know. We're really struggling with how to provide an intervention. Do you have any ideas? So that comes to our team, and we can offer support to anybody who is needing something, with anything that has to do with literacy. And then on request professional development by districts, working through that through our team. There are virtual book studies, and then we have access to experts, which has really moved the learning, not only for teachers, but also for our team itself. So Becca Silver is really, her expertise is in coaching, and it's as letters facilitators or the reading specialists, it's important for our teachers to be empowered. It's hard to go into another teacher's classroom and be able to give them coaching to help them be a better instructor, because they don't want to be mean. They won't want to be viewed as mean. Well, you're not. So what we realized we needed to do is offer them some coaching type of professional learning, so they know how to go in and coach versus going in and feel like they're evaluating a teacher or evaluating instruction. And then to make this as easy as possible access on the KSDE website, then we have those literacy resources all available with a they don't have to go through multiple clicks to be able to get there. They can select the school improvement resource, and it goes to all of the areas that would cover the KISA fundamentals. Thank you.
So I'm most proud of my group or our team, is that we have listened. We have tried to not create what we think everybody needs, but listen to the requests that come of districts. That's why we have a reading specialist PLC. A reading specialist who is in a remote rural area said, I need a group. I need a committee. I need somebody to help me, come alongside me. I'd like to talk to other reading specialists. So we've been very intentional about listening, learning ourselves, and then leading where we can. We're excited for the KSDE conference that's coming up. I am one that's a partner for the Blueprint for Literacy to represent the agency. I connect with other state agencies to find out what's going on, and I provide information at conferences. But I want to say I have that EdView 360. I commute. I live in Manhattan. I commute to Topeka every day. And so I listen to a lot of podcasts, and I happen to be listening to EdView 360, and it was Reed Lyon and Louisa Moats talking about what is most important when states try to do what's right in literacy. The only state that was called out was Kansas, that we were doing things right. So I would like you to listen to that. If you have not listened to that, it's on my newsletter last month, because not only does it talk about what's important, but it talks about Kansas, and that between lots of different initiatives, whether it's accreditation, whether it's the work that you've done to provide letters training, and I know some of that is now paused, but the fact that we have really highlighted literacy in the state was mentioned in that podcast. So there's lots of ways for educators and yourselves to stay up and current with what's going on our team. And I'm sure you'll have these slides to do that. I'm sorry we took probably more time. We're happy to answer questions, but we are excited about what we do. And we wanted to bring you along and share some of it with you.
And I think we need to have you more often, is what I would say, because we really need to hear that and give you the ability to keep us updated and get our questions. We are running very behind, but I will obviously take a couple questions if anybody has anything. Yeah, oh, and my app isn't working, so I'm so.
You wanted to?
No, I'm going to cancel.
You're canceling.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's what I
Debbie,
thought I heard him
so
say.
Debbie, you wanted to speak?
Thank you,
real
Madam
quick?
Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Powell, all of you, thank you for your enthusiasm, but I really wanted to ask you, when you were talking about that rope, Scarborough's rope, and on the red part, and how important that language is, and the sounds and the phonics and the language, all that, what it brought me to is we are a local school board for the School for the Deaf, and we recently heard a lot of complaints that they're struggling with reading. So I wondered, and I know Dr. Watson is the one who tasks you guys and such like that, so I'm not tasking, I'm just saying, have you guys had the conversation to see if there is more that can be done to support them? And I'm one of those people who you'll have to say it a few times, because I've been told that dyslexia is probably not the issue for them, but I can't understand how it couldn't be, so.
Well, I have met with their schools, and I'm also working with Lisa Carney, who's here at KSDE, and so we're in communication with them to figure out what we can do for both of those schools to make sure that we provide them with the support that they need. So it is part of it. Language can be verbal. Language can be done other ways too. I have a grandson who has Down syndrome. He's 4. He's doing a lot of sign language, but he is also gaining oral language. And so we are in communication with them. And hopefully we'll be able to bring back more information after we've had more conversations.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. Yes, okay.
Danny wanted, but thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all. I appreciate how you've compiled really helpful information for practitioners. My concern is more related to students who may be on second and third tier, where for some reason along the way they didn't gain those phonological skills. Are there any technology-based prescriptive programs, because a teacher can only help so many students at once. I know 10 years ago there was, I think, Read 180, iLet. Are you recommending any of those as tools so that larger groups of kids could be helped?
We don't make specific recommendations, but that is on the at-risk list, so districts can see that there is evidence to provide with different programs, that it would be helpful for at-risk populations. But another thing that we're doing is I'm in communication with Bert Moore in special education, because what we did find is our teachers that are working at middle secondary as special education teachers were often not trained in how to provide early grade reading. And so making sure that we have professional learning for special education teachers that might be working with older students, or classroom teachers that are working with older students, and also to challenge them to look at scheduling, because scheduling gets into part of the equation with middle secondary students, to make sure that there is a time to work with those students as well as the knowledge base to do that. So we are collaborating on that.
Thank you, and I appreciate knowing that. I had a student whose story sounded like, I think, one that you all shared, and this young lady was a true bully, but she could only read at a third grade level. And in working through that program, she advanced 2 or 3 grade levels within a semester. And I called her in to tell her, because we were piloting the program, but she was in the top 3 in the whole nation of 5 schools that were in the pilot. But when she found that out, she turned around on the chair she was sitting in, started beating on the chair. And I was going like, oh no, what's going to happen? And crying. But then I went to comfort her, and she said, all my life they've told me I'm stupid. And now you're telling me I'm not stupid? And that changed the whole trajectory of her academic career. Went on to complete a CNA program, productive citizen. So, I know and I understand and I appreciate what you're doing to empower our classroom teachers, and I would just hope that there are more resources available that can help more students at the same time.
Absolutely. We're champions for kids.
And the behaviors is a huge part of that. It's huge. We definitely see the behaviors go away when children get to learn, when they are given that and know that they can learn. That's huge. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And that's okay, we'll get you back here because we need to keep having the conversation. Board, I know I need a quick break, but let's make it really quick because we're obviously very behind. So 5 minutes, let's hurry back, get on it. Okay. All right. Up next on our agenda, I apologize for our tardiness today. We are definitely behind schedule. Screens in the classroom, healthy initiatives. We have Susan Dunaway, LCPC from Olathe. Susan has been a therapist since the late 1990s, a speaker since 2015, and currently works as a consultant. She started as a counselor at a private school, worked in community mental health, adoption, and as a professor before focusing on private practice in 2006. The co-founder of Amen Neuro Counseling, she used a combination of neurofeedback and traditional talk therapy to help clients improve their lives. In 2015, she began discussing the negative impact of screen time on brain health. Susan now consults with individuals and organizations on how to mitigate these effects and focus their attention on the things that matter most. Susan is married to John, a former educator, now working in the corporate sector. They have 2 sons, one attending college and one in high school, and they are also dog parents to a squirrel-chasing mutt and a very pretty poodle. Welcome, Susan. Thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. I'm going to be talking to you about screens in the classroom. But I'm going to start out by the younger version of me. So I'm going to show you a 4-minute clip where I spoke at an open forum meeting at Shawnee Mission 10 years ago. So earlier me is going to introduce me. And we'll figure this out.
Let's see a player.
Hi, my name is Susan Dunaway. I want to address the one-to-one initiative. I kind of had a 3-minute talk and a 5-minute talk, so you said I had 4 minutes, so I'm taking the 5-minute one and I'm doing it really fast. Okay. Okay. I have 2 sons in the elementary school, and by trade I'm a clinical counselor and a neurotherapist. I work with children, families, and adolescents. I've done a lot of research on the effects of technology on the brain. If I had more space, I would bring the 6 books that I have back with me. And I've read a whole host of articles, and I have a bibliography of resources if there's anybody that wants to look at the research I've done. I'm not anti-technology, but there's a difference between using it and being dependent on it, and I'm not getting the feeling that the school district is taking the moderation approach that I would be the most comfortable with. So I'm going to highlight a few places where I believe technology is going to negatively impact our children if we overuse it, and I'm going to ask for some solutions. Emotionally and behaviorally, as screen time increases, the brain becomes overloaded. When that happens, the brain reacts the same to a screen as it does a hit of ecstasy or a line of cocaine. Then a tolerance starts to build up that starts numbing the pleasure center of the brain. That leads to a condition called anhedonia, which is a general loss of pleasure in everyday things. When we see this, we see increases in risky behavior. What that's going to look like in the classroom is even more kids who are acting out with anger issues, behavioral issues, attention-seeking behavior. In our older kids, more self-mutilation, drug use, and risky sexual behavior. These are huge safety issues. Educationally, what I think we're going to end up with are kids that have low critical thinking skills, who can't reason through complex problems, stay on topic, or effectively retain information. Because good, deep learning and understanding is fostered with focused attention. And while we know that the devices are cool, they're often highly distracting. And since it doesn't seem that either at this point you can or will block the distracting sites and the instant messaging that's going on, you can expect that distractions are going to increase, and shallow thinking is also going to increase, which is going to lead to a decrease in comprehension. This is going to affect test scores, and my concern is that instead of noticing that these problems might be linked to technology, that you're going to blame, which in my field means diagnose and or medicate the children or blame the teachers. Morally, as kids increase their screen time, there's a decrease in empathy, caring less about the people and problems around them. Online, their behavior is going to be increasingly rude and mean, and of course that leads to the cyberbullying that we were talking about. They found that the social processes in the brain that tell us to stop being rude in person don't even light up when we're behind a screen. It's a totally different process. So here's the things that I think that you can do to protect our kids and still have technology in their lives. Moderation is the key. Don't replace books and paper with electronic devices. Use the technology for the things that only the technology can do. There needs to be a policy at every level regarding the overall amount of screen time that a child can have in a school day, including homework, and I really recommend that that's no more than 2 hours. You need to educate your staff on the effects of technology on the brain, learning, emotional, social development. We as parents need to know how much screen time our kids are getting during the day so we can make appropriate parenting choices when they get home. We need to allow parents to allow us to remove the devices from their kids if we encounter problems that can't be solved otherwise, and give alternatives during that removal time. And if you can't do any of the moderation things, then I think that it is fair to allow those families that need to opt out. My final thought. There are a lot of Silicon Valley execs from Google, Twitter, eBay, et cetera, that send their children to tech-free schools. Alan Eagle, who's an exec at Google, says, I fundamentally reject the notion that you need technology aids in school. The idea that an app on an iPad can better teach my kids to read or do arithmetic is ridiculous. On asking if they would be behind if not exposed to the technology, he said, no, it's super easy. It's like using toothpaste. We make technology as brain dead, easy to use as possible. There's no reason why kids can't figure this out when they get older. So I'm not sure why we're in such a rush to immerse our children in the very technology that the guys who are making the technology make a concerted effort to keep their children away from. So
that's your 4 minutes, Mrs. Dunaway.
Thank you.
Were you wrapping up there?
That was it.
All right, so let me get back to this. Thank you. Okay, so those warnings proved to be pretty accurate. Self-harm has increased. In fact, self-harm resulting in ER visits raised by almost 50% in boys and girls since 2015. Test scores have declined. We're going to look at those examples later. I mentioned increases in medications and diagnoses. Major depressive episodes have increased by 50% in girls and 100% in boys since 2015. There's a 66% increase in prescriptions of antidepressants to teens, and a recent Psychiatry Journal article that actually just came out in March of 2025 suggests a new diagnosis of ADHD 2, kind of like diabetes type 2, brought about by environmental causes, namely screen use. I believe you've had presentations on the anxious generation and that you're aware of some of the other social emotional consequences. If you've not read that one, I would recommend that you do so. And yet parents and activists are continuing to ask for some of the same protections that I asked for back then. Now, I am very grateful for the time and the efforts that the Blue Ribbon Task Force on student screen time put in. I agree with the recommendation that schools implement a phone-free initiative throughout the school day. I think every school should follow that recommendation. It's a start, and there is a lot of work left to do. There are many difficulties that remain in our efforts to keep kids healthy around screens. And the glaring one that didn't seem to be addressed by the task force is that of ed tech. And by ed tech, I'm referring to students doing academic work on a laptop or an iPad. It entailed purchasing agreements between school districts and technology companies to provide software and hardware products to classrooms. However, when I start the conversations about ed tech, I typically hear two main arguments. The first one is it's not really our issue to solve. It seems like, sorry, I lost my place here. What I get from schools is that the problems that I mentioned on these devices are caused by these devices, like the personal devices, social media, their home life as a result of COVID, those kinds of things. So therefore, it's not the school's problem to solve. And second, we have to educate our students on devices to get them prepared for a technology-based future. So let's take the first one, that blame game, that it's not our problem to solve. And I hear this as a therapist where parents are blaming teachers, like we can't take away the devices because the teachers are using the devices. I hear teachers blaming admin blaming school boards blaming the culture. Everybody seems to blame COVID. As a therapist, though, when clients blame their problems on someone else, no matter how valid the complaint, we always circle back to what it is that they can control. At the end of the day, that's all we can do. We can look at what we can control. So for the rest of this talk, I want you to think critically about what it is that you can control. Because in reality, complicated issues have multiple causes. And regardless of who's to blame, we're here with big problems. Problems that our children are living with every day, and many of which are unintended consequences of the interactions between screens and students. Although, as 2015 me attested, they were possibly not impossible to predict. So as the State Board of Education, my suggestion is that you weigh heavily the question, are we asking the right questions? As my husband back here, the former educator, always said, it's not about finding the answer, it's about finding the next question. And I think the next question is, what are the unintended consequences of ed tech? What is it that you do control? How can our board and our districts be part of the solution and not add to the problems? How can we ask different questions and get different results? For that, I want to turn to a man who was really ahead of his time. His name was Neil Postman. He was a professor of media ecology at NYU, an author and social critic. He died in 2003. But he spoke about what technology can do to society. He gave a talk in 1997 as part of a college lecture series called The Surrender of Culture to Technology. And in it, he said this: only a fool would blithely welcome any technology without giving serious thought not only to what that technology will do, but also what it will undo. And I think in order for us to do anything that mixes the words healthy initiatives and screens in the classroom, we would be well to study Postman. He recommends that whenever we consider adopting new technology, we must ask ourselves a series of questions, each building on the question prior, in order that we might think deeply before we begin. We're going to look at the first 4. He actually has 7. What is the problem to which this technology is the solution? Whose problem is it? What new problems might be created because we solved this problem? And which people and what institutions might be the most seriously harmed by a technological solution? Because Postman states that in this technology game, there are winners and losers. The winners typically profit from the technology and spend a lot of their time spinning it so that the losers don't recognize that they're losing. And Silicon Valley might have some of the greatest salesmen ever because of how well they convinced schools, really worldwide, that they needed products like iPads in order for children to learn. Now, I don't have any evidence that back in 2015, Postman's questions or ones like them were asked before devices were put into the hands of students, but nothing says we can't do so now. Like the saying goes, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the second best time is now. So I propose that we begin to view all ed tech in light of these questions. And if we get past the first question, what is the problem to which this technology is the solution, and arrive at the second question, whose problem is it, only to find that the answer is not the students, then maybe the technology device or app or program in question should not be used or should be stopped. Now, if there is a definitive case that can be made that a particular technology does solve, in fact, a student problem, well, then we can move to the third question, considering what new problems might be created, and then decide if it's still worth it to proceed. And if so, the fourth question must be considered: who might be the most harmed? Anticipated harms can turn into mitigation plans. As a therapist, I would have clients who would have severe concussions, and they could not do work on a screen. But when we would contact the school, they would not be able to provide an alternative. And this happened with multiple clients in multiple schools. It wasn't like a one-off thing. So anticipating mitigation plans is really important. I realize, though, that thinking through Postman's questions doesn't answer the second pushback. We have to educate them on devices because we're in a technology age. Unfortunately, I think I disagree maybe with both parts of that statement. The implication here that we're doing a better job of educating them and that we're in a technology age. So let's look at the first part of that argument. Improved education, just looking at ACT scores. Scores have been trending down for years, and we often hear about the educational losses due to COVID, and obviously that is true, But the scores started trending down years before COVID. And though this graph stops at 2023, the downward trend continued. In 2024, the composite score was 19.3, the lowest it's ever been in the state of Kansas. And like it, the gauge of college readiness in 4 subjects, also measured by ACT, dropped 41% in 10 years, with the lowest readiness score of 18% in 2024. If we pull this back and compare it to the 5-year trend between 2012 and 2016, we can see there was almost no change during that time. And if we pull it back even further to 2003, we see a picture that includes improving scores until 2008. I want you to imagine a 2nd grade student being given an iPad in 2015, becoming the junior who took the ACT in 2024. So we make the argument that ed tech was helpful during those years. So what happened? Well, that's the second part of my argument that I want to consider, that we're in a technology age. Because I'm going to argue that we're not in a technology age. We have actually moved into an attention age. Every bit of digital media is competing for our eyeballs. Our society is wired almost constantly, and it has drained our ability to pay attention. And attention impacts learning, memory, self-perception, has a lot to do with our emotional and physical health. Meanwhile, those who know how to capture and keep the attention of others, they're the ones who win. If we can help our students learn how to control and focus their attention, they would stand out above the rest. They would be healthier and more capable of productive involvement in society post-graduation. But if you ask classroom teachers and college professors or businesses hiring young adults, the theme you're going to hear is that of poor attention. Some workplaces now even train new hires in micro lessons to match their shortened attention spans. Gloria Mark, the author of the book Attention Span, found in 2004 the average amount of time a person spent on a computer screen was 2.5 minutes. By 2016, it was 45 seconds. She found a contributing factor to this change is interruptions. Mark's research also found that the more interruptions a person receives, the more their bodies acclimate to that pattern as normal, to the point that they will increase how often they self-interrupt when they sense a change in external interruptions in order to keep their new normal pace. Now, think about that if you're a little one. The price that we pay is in our brain and our bodies, all of us. Our immune systems suffer, our heart rate rhythm changes, our blood pressure increases. There are measurable physiological changes. And an iPad or a computer in front of a student is prime real estate for constant interruptions. As one example, some schools use free apps for learning, and these free apps come with ads, banners, or pop-ups, things that blink or flash in order to grab attention. And it's difficult to ignore. It's next to impossible if you're a child. Now let's add to that mess. Some of these aren't even age appropriate. We're talking like Victoria's Secret on the screen of a 3rd grade student, which I know is a whole other can of worms. But you can begin to see how the problem the school or the teacher was trying to solve, find an engaging app to teach this concept, quickly turned to unintended consequences. We all pay a price for this attention age. But as with many issues, the younger the person is when a problem starts, the more negatively impactful and far-reaching it is, and the harder it is for them to recognize. They don't know what it is that the technology is doing to them, nor do they know what it has undone. Our bodies and brains are elevated, their bodies and brains are elevated and become out of sync with the rhythm of the natural world, and this mismatch is uncomfortable. But they don't understand it, let alone do they know how to communicate it. What a child cannot communicate with words, they communicate with emotions and behaviors. And I believe this elevated physiological response is at the heart of the behavioral challenges that teachers are dealing with in the classroom on a daily basis. So I think we need to slow down and take a step back. I think you guys can truly help. The board could critically ask postman's questions prior to adopting new technology, while also looking at previous decisions and course correcting as needed. Teachers tell me one of the ways that they feel stuck with ed tech is that the testing that has to occur on the devices. But I think that that might be something that the board has some control over. They also tell me that they receive almost no guidance on best practices. There's a lot they don't know, and they don't have the time to do the research. But if they did know, they might make different decisions. And I know you guys have been learning or hearing a lot of presentations about reading, so that's good. I have a reading example. Reading on a screen engages fewer sections and layers of the brain than reading a physical book. Screen-based reading is literally brain shallow. That impacts memory, understanding, language, and imagination. Imagination is the basis for problem-solving skills later in life. And language development impacts how we conceptualize the world. So just the act of removing physical books and replacing them with screens has a cascading effect on learners that might impact them for years. And again, that's just one touch of one example. Teachers deserve to have professional development dedicated to the specific ways digital screen learning can negatively impact students. But our students also deserve to know. I believe that there should be new state standards in healthy interactions with technology, either integrated into existing lessons or as additional curriculum. I envision that it would include two parts. One that addresses the harms the devices can do, that's the wrong way, and one that gives activities to fill in the gap in essential skills resulting from interactions with devices and time missed in the real world. This teaching would start as soon as they are given access to a school-issued device, if not before. Because if the school has decided that they're old enough to be on a device, then they're old enough to learn these lessons. The curriculum would look deeper into what they know regarding the brain and body changes with screen time. They would be taught about attention, impulse control, and other executive functions, and how that they are impacted by screen use. It would include explanations on why screens negatively impact mental and physical health. And the complementing piece would add protective factors that build connections in the real world. They could learn tips and tricks to avoid the pull of screens. They could engage in activities to encourage essential life skills, such as face-to-face dialogue with peers and technology-free classes. They could do these things together as a class and then invite students to critically evaluate ed tech choices, their personal technology use, and the adoption of new emerging technologies using Postman's questions as a guide. Let's give them critical thinking tools so that they will also know that only a fool would blithely welcome any technology without giving serious thought not only to what that technology will do, but also to what it will undo. Students are where they are today in part due to the decade many schools have spent in this one-to-one experiment, and it's time they invested in being part of the solution. And they would go a long way by sticking to these rules. Ask the questions, be willing to change course, teach the consequences, and build essential life skills. And I believe if the state did all these things, the result would be that Kansas really would lead the world in the success of each student. And then 10 years from now, I can stand in front of a board and tell them how I gave some suggestions, and I could thank them for the change that they helped to create. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I and Vice Chair Zek wanted to bring Susan in. We were unable to get her. I think they'd been trying to get her on the task force, cycle and all of that. And just wanted to get that full, as much as possible, even in the short time we have here, idea of what we can do and what technology is doing. I went back to the piece with Lori Curtis, Dr. Curtis just before us, talking about kids coming into preschool with no language. And my immediate thought was, is that a tech issue? Because we're seeing so much of the babies getting, that put in front of them. Dennis, I believe, has a question.
Thank you, Susan. There's just so many things that came into my mind as you were talking, and a lot of it has to go back 65 years to a grade school environment where the teacher was in front, diagramming sentences, whatever. Everybody was watching, everybody was asking questions, and I turned out okay, I think. And when I'm with my grandchildren and they're wanting to play on their game boards or whatever, and the best thing that I can think of is to, find a book and say, hey, let's look at this together, or how about going fishing or something. So I just think we just need to get back to some basic things. I'm old school, but this information has just confirmed so many things that I'm really concerned about, and it involves what we, like you said, how can we lead the world? I mean, we just need to start leading Kansas, and be really a lighthouse to the rest of the nation. And I think this is one of the steps we need to take. I'm just so thankful that you've done all this work and your time that you spent to come talk to us. So thank you.
And Michelle? Oh, Betty, and then, okay. Okay.
I appreciate your presentation, and I'm going to be the one that throws a however into the mix. Because there are a significant number of families, parents that have contacted me and do not agree with having their the phones taken away completely.
Sure.
Many of them understand the problems that's associated with having the cell phones, but will not put all of the blame on cell phones. And I actually am in agreement on one area, which has to do with how phones have been used as a marketing tool. You mentioned that, inappropriate ads. It seems as though some of the attack, if I may use that word, should really be directed at the apps that are relying solely on the marketing tools. I have never been able to figure out how this works. How I buy an instrument and now I can't do anything without ads popping up, and I can't really control a portion of that. So my question, is there not a way that you can think of where these can be brought under control somewhat? I do have many families that recognize these instruments need to be used in a shortened period of time. They don't become your best friend. You get to use this certainly at the time, and then you go to your other activities. But I hear often it's the cell phone, not really, or taking into consideration that it's these apps that are some way have managed to be on the cell phone. I don't know if it's constructed that way so that the phones are cheaper. Because honestly, if I could pay more for a phone that had on there what I wanted to have on there.
You can't compete with advertisers because the child is the product.
Right.
And they're trying to, the ad companies are paying that app to get themselves on there. And you can't compete with that.
You don't see any kind of way an effort could be orchestrated to get them to where this isn't a significant part of the phone.
Well, I think that would go under the things I don't control.
Yeah.
And also, I think you're going more towards the phones and how they can be helpful, or are you going more towards the ed tech and how the pop-ups coming on that?
Actually, I'm trying to find an approach that's kind of in the middle, because I feel that if it's not replaced with something, I mean, I can be as old school as I want to be. I don't think that we're going to be able to impact the change soon enough to help those kids that are under the influence of cell phones.
So there was a study that just came out that showed that when you removed the internet from your cell phone, and it was a study, and they did 2 weeks without the internet on the cell phone, and then they gave them cognitive tests before and after. They improved their memory, the equivalent of being 10 years younger. And the average age of the people in this study were 30. So to your point of it's being too late, that both showed how cognitively impactful the pull of all of this stuff is for us, and that it's not something that cannot be rectified later.
Yeah. Well, so to address that point, you did kind of give an option. If I don't know if removing the internet would stop the ads, would stop all of the to use it as a phone instead of your life, because there's so much on that cell phone, their entertainment, their TVs, their whatever. It stopped being a phone. And that's what a lot of parents want their kids to have. Access to me. If something happens that you can't handle, I need you to be able to call me.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers to that. There are multiple other phones that come out, and that's what we had for our youngest when it was, to be clear, we parented differently, as you might imagine. And so he got his first smartphone that had a whole lot of controls on it the day he got on the bus to go to high school. Before that, he had Gab Wireless, which is a phone that does not have internet capabilities. So it looks like a smartphone. It does a lot of things. It texts and things that made him not look like a pariah, but it does not have internet. And so it did get to bypass that. So for anyone under high school age, I recommend a phone like that. So, but I think we're kind of talking about two different things, and there's so much to that even having a cell phone in your pocket takes part of your cognitive energy, if you want to, so to speak, and diverts it somewhere else. So as far as being able to pay attention, we actually know that we pay attention better when the technology is far away. And so if we begin with the end in mind, and our end is people who can critically think and really be productive citizens of this world, then I'm just proposing the things that might get us towards there. Now, it's definitely a collective action problem, which they talked about in the Anxious Generation. Like, yes, it does. It does entail talking to parents. You're not going to get 100% buy-in in anything. I mean, we live in America in 2025. There's nothing that tells us that we're going to get everybody on board and understanding and agreeing with something. But we do have so much mental health and learning-based evidence that says that we do learn better when even all of the other things that distract from a screen, even the blue light. Screens are made to go at a very fast rate, the refresh rate, and that rate is out of sync with the natural world, and that's what leads to those physiological changes, and that's what leads to them kind of feeling kind of angsty inside of them. And so just taking away the pop-ups doesn't answer all the other cascading questions, unfortunately.
Thank you so much for that. It does kind of prove that there's a way to probably get a lot more people on board if they know they have options. But thank you. Appreciate that answer.
Yeah.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Susan, for your presentation. I've used your presentation to the Shawnee Mission School Board time and time again to parents who...
Thanks.
To parents who they know their child best. They're with their child a lot and see how technology works for their own child. There's a lot of parents who won't sign the technical user agreement because they won't do the assessments, they don't do the technology. They want that pen and paper, they want to see it, they want to see things come home. So when I was first having robust discussions with one of our board members when they implemented this in our school district where my child went to school, when they first implemented that, her response to me, I said, why are we doing this, was equity. Well, equity, if I have a book, I don't have to plug it in and charge it. I don't have to worry about Wi-Fi. A book is probably the least expensive route. I don't have to update apps on it. I don't have to now you do have to you have to refresh some language over time. I get that. But for years and years, we used the same textbook, and the children still learn. So that was more of an excuse to me, because I said, we already have a home computer, a laptop that we use, that the family uses. And now you're bringing another computer that's supposed to be somewhat compatible with our home computer. He wasn't able to, it was locked down so much that in the first 3 months we discovered all the problems with it. He had to email me his assignments so I could print them, because it was like, who are you and why are you printing this? He was locked down to what he could even go out and research. We had to do more research at home because it limited what we could look up on climate change. I mean, it limited everything as far as what the school wanted us to look up, as far as where you're going to get your information to do the assignment. And so I had so many issues with that. And this is the son that wrote all of his papers by hand. He could write cursive. He could, and he would implement that into the computer to send to the teacher, because that's how it was requested. So I think what we could do as far as a school board, as we do all these pilot programs, offer the districts to say, because every year I see all these shiny books that we purchase every year, and they're just sitting there on tables in these classrooms when we go in at the beginning of the year and see the teacher and go through the classroom. So I know that they're there in most districts. Give them that option rather than having the parent be forced to opt out, and they're like, we're the only one opting out of this. Opt in. I want to know what I'm opting into. What am I getting when I'm opting into that? And if they have that ability to say, guess what, your child can write and can have books. The unfortunate thing is, so many of these junior highs and elementaries, we've gotten rid of all of our lockers. They don't have lockers to put their books and carry their backpacks around, all these books. They used to be able to do that because they're used to a thin little lightweight thing that just goes in their backpack. They don't have to worry about lockers anymore. So I just feel like if we could offer up alternatives for parents without making them feel like you're the only one opting out. You know, it needs to be an opt-in thing. And what am I consenting to? And it needs to be informed consent, because what are those apps collecting? And you can say that they're not, but they were a lot of times given to the high schools free because they're getting something out of that. They're getting something back from that. So I want to see as a parent what my child is being asked and how they're answering that. And if they're what they're being graded on, and if they're being graded on things that are not subjective, then I'm okay with a grade of a D or an F or whatever if it's subjective. But if it's objective. If it's subjective, then I'm going to have an issue with it. So I think as a parent, it engages the parent. If you're consenting to something, you know what you're consenting to. Give me all the information, and then that's how you get that parent. You always want parents to be engaged in the school. That's where you get that, is to go in and say, what am I opting into, rather than I'm the only one opting out. And what if I just opted my kid out of, and there's your bullying again. It goes back into mental health.
That would end up being really interesting to see what schools had a bigger percentage of people who did not opt in, because to your equity point, we found that that's what they thought. They thought that this would be the great equalizer, and you only know what you know, or get sold what you get sold. But they found that the lower the SES, the more those kids were on devices, because generally speaking, parents are working multiple jobs. They're just not as much eyeballs on them. And so they were actually spending more time on screens doing things was not very helpful for their brains. And so it actually slid them down even worse and made that disparity greater.
Okay, Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my brain, when I got this job here, went exactly where yours. What can this body do? It's bigger than us, but what can we do? And so my first thought went to teacher licensing. It wasn't on this subject. It was on behavioral issues in the classroom. And, trying to figure out if there's a matrix that could be made that said, okay, if you hit this line above that, you're fine. One drop below that, you're not fine. So you'd probably have that matrix. I'd love to have it if you have it. But, we were trying to think if there was such a thing, that the teachers if we tied it to teacher licensure, that the children have a right and a responsibility, that teachers have a right and responsibility in the classroom to have a certain level of behavior for everybody to learn. And so and the reason I came up with that in my pea brain was my real estate. We have ethics, ethics professional standards. And in the professional standards, I went and really quick looked up. It says ethical principles and standards that govern the behavior and discussions of professionals in their specific field. So being able to, as teachers, set those standards of what they can expect to have in their classroom, and I would think that could be applied to this as well, is a teacher could say, I only allow this much technology in my classroom, or that's tied somehow to their licensure, that they need to be able to teach without that crutch, if that makes sense.
It does. I want to make sure that it doesn't look like we're disparaging teachers who are doing as much as they can with very little. Cue teacher husband.
Right.
And there are times when the technology absolutely aids what they're doing. But also younger teachers are younger teachers. If they're younger teachers by age, not like this is a new profession, then they grew up with the technology. So I've had teachers that I've talked to who are my age, who have all kinds of books in their elementary ed classroom. And when you're done with your assignment, you go and get a book. I've talked to parents who had a second grader whose teacher wanted to Snapchat their student because they're just trying to be cool, and this is the way that we interact, and we kind of grew up messaging on these apps, and so that's where the teacher education comes in. It doesn't seem, I kind of did some quick polls of my audience before I came here and asked teachers and people who are in college to become teachers, are you getting any education on this, on the impact of screens on brain development? And I got 100% no from the teachers, and one kiddo in college said they talk about the social emotional aspect of screens, and they tell us to limit it, and they tell us to use books. And I was like, do they tell you why? And she was like, no. Do you get any guidance that says how much is too much? No. So I only got one thing that says limited, it's not always good. And so that's where it's like, we can't hold people to a standard that they do not have the understanding to know why.
Right. So if you just sleep on that one, maybe you could help me come up with better words.
Okay.
Connie?
I'm just going to use an example. I don't have kids in school, but I have grandkids in school. And I have a grandson that was addicted. I would say addicted. And he would come home from school after being in school all day, probably looking at a screen, and get on another screen. Mm-hmm. I know this because we had to watch him. And the only thing that you could punish him with was removing that screen. And when he got in trouble in school, he got 2 months of no screen. You talk about somebody that thought the world hated him and everybody was against him. But after probably a few days, he started communicating, talking to us, where before he was just sitting in his chair. And it was kind of nice, because before when I'd say, how was your school today? And he'd go, fine. But now when I ask him, how was school? Oh, we did this and this and this. I mean, he went into more detail. Mm-hmm. So I agree, at a certain point, too much screen is bad.
And the younger you are, the less amount of time it takes before that too much gets hit.
Right. And they did do a little blurb on Channel 4 about a month ago on this subject, and the psychologist on there said K through 8, no screens. That was her opinion, and I kind of agree with that. I think kids pick it up at home because of cell phones and things that there's already in their home. They probably know more than I know about it, computers. I know they do. So I agree that at some point, kids at an early age should not be in touch with this stuff. They're going to pick it up later on anyway. They don't need us to teach them how to do that. They're going to teach us. So I think I like your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Danny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming And the timing was perfect, especially with the mental health part. We had a mental health presentation. Hopefully they're listening to things that you said, and hopefully they come back and change some of the things they're talking about, because it looks like that these screens are definitely causing issues with kids. And so we want to try to eliminate part of those. And we need to look at ourselves and point here and say, maybe we're doing things wrong, and not point at you. And so I want to thank you very much. It was very informative and close to my heart.
Thank you.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Dunaway, for your presentation. I wanted to just share a little bit as someone on the board who still has students in school. I have a sophomore and a senior right now, and this is a topic that is near and dear to my heart because since the time that we entered the school system and they were handed initially iPads, I have watched the way that that changed my kids. I wanted to point out, you talked about advertising that students might see, and I immediately thought YouTube ads. When I walk into schools, I see teachers showing YouTube videos, and there are all of those recommended videos along the side, which are algorithm driven, and ads that go with those as well that play before and after videos. Those teachers often don't have control over what that content is that's coming up on the screen. From 10 years ago, I remember hearing concerns from my children. Kids are watching pornography in school on their phones.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, the school districts that are now taking up cell phone as an issue and deciding to put policies in place, I hope that some of that is really starting to go away as they're putting their phones away during the day. So we've got two issues. We've got phones, and then we've got the school-issued devices. I just wanted to touch real quick on the distraction that this thing in a classroom and then this thing at home can bring. Because what I hear more often than anything else is, I got distracted. And I got distracted could mean I read an educational article that was not the one that I was assigned. But when it comes to student achievement and our kids getting the work done that they need to get done, are they learning from the lesson they're supposed to be completing, or are they being distracted constantly? Are they up? We've heard the stories. They're up at 2 o'clock in the morning on their iPads after mom put them away somewhere, and they go and find them, and they're caught in bed under the covers with the iPad on. You know, these are all things. So we've heard those before. I just wanted to share some of that with some of our new board members who might not have been here to hear those conversations. And I would encourage you to go back and watch on YouTube the Blue Ribbon Task Force that this board did have on Screen Time, because there are some really great presentations in there. So thank you.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't go much into the phone-based, because I knew that you guys had tackled that. I had one, the kids having their iPad at night reminded me of something that I wanted to share that might be helpful. I think the default in Google Classroom for things to be due is midnight. And I'm not sure a lot of people know that. But there are kids who are up until midnight because you guys know, you might be some of these people, a deadline is the thing we need to get the thing done. Mm-hmm. And so some kids, that push means midnight. Now that's not midnight asleep, that's midnight I hit submit and I'm in front of my screen. So even just doing some sort of a rule that says that the due time is either, 3 o'clock that afternoon or 3 o'clock the next day, it doesn't matter, but having something that is more reasonable that just shows we know that sleep is important and we want to be part of even this really small, healthy initiative. And most teachers don't even know that that's the default, or they just think they're being nice by giving them time. And I'm like, in my house, that's not the submission date. That's not the due date time, but for a lot of kids it is.
Yeah. That makes sense. Danny, did you have one more thing?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now I'll go to the business side of it. So I wonder how many hundreds of millions of dollars that the 286 school districts have spent on technology when they could have been using it maybe to spend on teachers. And that might have changed things a little bit. And I know there's school districts, when they do bond issues, that have spent $600,000 on making sure that every kid in the grade school has an iPad of some type that they can take home with them. So I wonder if that $600,000 could be spent on teachers. Just, I know I think weird stuff, but maybe the hundreds of $millions that we're spending, and then they have to hire extra personnel to take all this data, or what do they call it, artifacts now, I think, and they call them school systems instead of districts. So maybe if we did get back to the basics a little bit, it would work pretty well. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry, I almost missed Dennis.
Well, I just want to agree with so much that we've heard today in the fact that what we want is we want students to grow up in what I would call a normal environment of interacting with intergenerational instruction. Like that they learn how to, we talk about social emotional learning, and Danny kind of went to that a little bit about hiring people to take care of the problems that we've created by allowing this stuff to come in. I think that's just so basic. If we can figure out that we can provide a environment, a milieu, whatever you want to call it, that would that would allow a child to mature naturally. And that's what I heard you saying, and what I've read, and is it what happens in the brain with screens and how it, actually retards the learning process. If we can just figure that out and pull away from that and let children develop naturally, I'm just so adamant about that, because I'm really concerned about what the next generation will look like as adults. So, thank you again.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 4 on our agenda for today is presentations of Kansas certificates in child nutrition. One of my favorite subjects as well. I have lots of favorite subjects, but Kelly Cheney is going to introduce and present to us, so please go for it.
Good morning, Madam Chair, State Board members, and Commissioner Watson. Child Nutrition and Wellness is very appreciative of the opportunity to recognize 8 child nutrition professionals through the presentation of the Kansas Certificate in Child Nutrition Management. And prior to coming down here, the group took a vote, and they voted to all stand up together in front of the State Board versus standing individually when they were being recognized. So managing and leading a child nutrition program at the local level is a very challenging job. And in addition to passion and commitment to serving a wide range of knowledge, skills, and abilities is essential for success. By completing the 120 hours of professional development required to earn the Child Nutrition Management Certificate, the 8 recipients being recognized today have demonstrated their commitment to the child nutrition profession, and most importantly, a commitment to serving nourishing and delicious meals to Kansas children. In preparing for today's presentation, I asked each of the recipients to share a bit of information with me so that I could prepare for their introductions. And besides asking their years of service, I asked them to share with me their accomplishments and what they were the most proud of. And as you can probably imagine, this group was a very humble group. But one of the things that this group did not hesitate to share with me is their why they work in child nutrition programs, and what they love about their jobs.
So without further ado, it's my pleasure to present to you the 2025 Kansas Certificate in Child Nutrition Management recipients. Our first awardee is Amy Sherman of USD 362 Prairie View, and Amy is currently in her 8th year of working in school nutrition programs. And here is Amy's quote. So, I love everything regarding feeding the kids. I love when they ask if we can have this, and then next week it's on the menu. I love when they tell us it tastes better than their moms. I love hearing that they can't wait to get to school so they can come to the kitchen. We play music, and according to them, it's bussin'. Right? I truly love my job, and in eight years, I have only missed 4 days. I couldn't imagine working anywhere else, and I have an amazing staff that I get to work alongside, all of which is icing on the cake. So thank you, Amy. And our next recipient is Erin, and I don't believe Erin is here with us, but I'm going to go ahead and talk a little bit about Erin. Erin has been working in school nutrition programs for only 1.5 years, and that's a very short time. And gosh, what an accomplishment for Erin to earn the certificate in just that short amount of time. And Erin's quote, "I'm proud of the knowledge I have gained in a role that was completely out of my comfort zone and assisting in revamping our child nutrition program. It has been fun and challenging to learn all about the ins and outs of child nutrition programs. I have had a few curveballs and some redirection needed, but in the end, I am most proud of not letting my fears of failure get in the way of pouring my everything into trying to build a program to be proud of with my amazing team of child nutrition professionals. It is a field that is ever changing, but is full of so many worthwhile moments." So Erin's why. My why would have to be knowing that we as child nutrition team are choosing to serve our students healthy meals that not only feed their bellies, but also help to fuel their minds. As with many districts, the meals some of our students receive at school may be the only things they get to eat that day. I try hard to keep their favorites on the menus as well as adding in some new things for them to try. I love to see and hear about their bravery in trying new items. For me, it's all about the kids. We try hard as a team to not only feed their bellies, but to feed their souls with love and compassion each and every day. Yes. Oops. All right, our next awardee is Kim Fitzgerald from USD 320, and Kim is finishing up her 7th year in child nutrition programs. And Kim shares, "We are lucky to work in a school district that encourages us to work towards goals in child nutrition. I work in child nutrition for the kids. Being able to provide for them and be a smiling face for them every day is the best reward." Thank you, Kim. And next we have LaDonna, and LaDonna is not able to join us today because she had 3 staff that weren't able to show up to work. Brad, and LaDonna is from Jeff West. Brad did offer to put on a hairnet and serve meals so that LaDonna could be here today, but that is how committed LaDonna is to her school nutrition program and to the children or the students of Jefferson West. So I'll tell you a little bit about LaDonna. Also, another great story, LaDonna has only been the food service director for just 1.5 years. And man, from the time that she assumed the role as food service director, she hit the ground running. And LaDonna has shared that a background in leadership, organization, operation, and strategic planning has allowed her to make an immediate impact on the USD 340 school food service program, ensuring that the program provides high-quality, nutritious meals that support student success. LaDonna shares that she's proud to have completed multiple training courses in my first year, gaining valuable knowledge in school nutrition regulations, meal planning, and operational efficiency. I put this knowledge into action by enhancing our food service operations to meet federal and state guidelines. Since stepping into my role at Jefferson West, I've been focused on streamlining operations, strengthening compliance, and elevating the overall dining experience of our students. And LaDonna shares, I work in child nutrition programs because I believe that a well-nourished student is a successful student. School meals do more than just feed children. They fuel their learning, growth, and overall well-being. I am passionate about ensuring that every student has access to nutritious food in a welcoming and efficient environment. And our next recipient is Lynn, also joining us from USD 320 Wamego. And Lynn has been working in child nutrition programs for 4 years. Lynn shares, I'm proud that I was able to take all these classes and get the certificate in child nutrition. Being able to provide healthy meals to all these school children and knowing that some of them will only get a healthy meal at school is the biggest. I also love interacting with our kids. The hugs in the morning, serving breakfast at one of our elementary schools, and the relationships I have built with some of the high schoolers keep me going every day. Thank you. Our next awardee is Marjorie. Marjorie is from USD 233 Olathe, and she has worked in child nutrition programs for 9.5 school years. And prior to working in child nutrition programs, she worked 3 years in senior nutrition programs. On a side note, Marjorie is also the president-elect of the School Nutrition Association of Kansas. So she's got a big role to fill, and she'll do an amazing job. Taking the opportunities available to learn more about school nutrition, taking the risk to apply for positions in increasing levels of management, helping to plan and run an amazing race training day 1 year and the Food Olympics another. Those are some of the things that Marjorie has said she's very proud of. And this is a huge accomplishment, Marjorie, getting over my shyness to take on positions in the School Nutrition Association of Kansas. Marjorie's why. I started in child nutrition programs as it was the perfect mom job. Over the years, it has become so much more. There are so many reasons to work in child nutrition. The people you work with each day are a special group of people. The students we serve and their stories. The communities that we build with those who across the state and nation who are also working on feeding students so that they are ready to learn. Thank you, Marjorie. And next we have Teresa. So it is truly an honor to be able to recognize Teresa, and I did give her a heads up about this. So Teresa today is not only being recognized for earning the certificate in child nutrition management, but we also wanted to take the opportunity to recognize Teresa because Teresa is retiring after 30 years with the Atchison County School District. And those 30 years were spent in school nutrition programs. She started out as a cook, and then she moved into the manager role, and she's now the food service director and authorized representative. And Teresa is joined today here with her husband, Gary. So, oh, there's Gary, and he's up there, he's getting pictures. So yes, this is very special. You know, Teresa really was very humble, but I can just say that I think she has a very similar why to everyone else here standing in front of you, and we are just so appreciative of the years of service to child nutrition programs and to Atchison County Community Schools that Teresa has dedicated her life to, and she will truly be missed, and we just want to wish her the very best in this new chapter in her life. So thank you, Teresa, so very much. And last but not least, we have Tiffany. And Tiffany has worked in school food service for she's worked in food service for 12 years, with 4 of those working in child nutrition programs. And Tiffany is also from USD 362. Whoops, I got my little thing here. And I think this is a perfect quote to end on. So Tiffany says, "I want the lunchroom to be a fun and positive experience for kids." So thank you to our 8 recipients for their dedication to serving Kansas children and ensuring that Kansas children have access to nourishing meals served through our child nutrition programs, school nutrition programs, child and adult care food programs, and the summer food service program. Our child nutrition programs provide an essential opportunity to not only improve the well-being of children and support learning, but also instill healthy eating habits that can ensure a lifetime of good health. So thank you.
That is so awesome. Thank you. And you do play a huge role. We have heard from other schools as they have worked on their nutrition programs, what is the effect that has had on their students with more attentiveness, less behavior issues, less trips to the nurse, all kinds of things. So what you do is very basic and very, very important. And we so appreciate everything you're doing in that phase. I think we're going to do quick pictures real quick. Board members, please don't leave pictures, and then we just have one more thing before we break for lunch, okay?
All right. Okay, it's picture time.
If you all would come in front like a nice semicircle, and then all the board members behind, please. Please come over. Come. We need you right. Do you need them over more?
I can't see several board members. Everyone can find a window.
I wonder if maybe I've seen her. He was.
Beryl, can you scoot to the left? There we go. There we go. Now I can see. All right, look over here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. And one more. Yeah.
Young man.
Yeah, now find the boxes.
Bring them up.
There you go.
We're meeting with today. How are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Thanks for being here.
Yes.
Have a seat. Have a seat up front. Seat up front. Good to see you.
Okay. Up next, our own Dr. Watson is going to introduce a former superintendent and lifelong Kansas educator. I'll leave it to Dr. Watson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the spirit of great recognition that we just did with some outstanding people that went above and beyond food service program, many of you probably don't drive Kansas quite as often or as frequently or as in depth as I do. I can tell you at a young age, I thought, oh, I'm a native Kansan. I know Kansas. I've been around Kansas. But I've been on roads, that I didn't know existed even in Kansas, even though I knew where I was at in general. And when I was younger and teaching school, one of the places I was at was Andover High School, as I think many of you know. And there was a school in our league district, Mays. And so you all can go to and look at Andover today and Mays today and Goddard today. Mays Road was a dirt road. All right, a little, just a few things there in Mays, not much going on. I shouldn't say not much going on, a lot going on, but it certainly was different than what you're going to find in northwest Wichita today. And there was a young man that started there in 1981, and I can't go over all the jobs that he had, but probably about every job in the school district he was involved with in some capacity. Craig Elliott spent 26 years at the Mays School District. Now that is a career in itself, and all the different things that Craig did. He then went on, though, after that, to spend 11 years in higher education doing what? Training principals and superintendents to be in this profession. During that time, and then even after the time he said, okay, I'm not going to do that anymore, he's been a vital part, what you heard yesterday with Dr. Augerbright and Michelle Miller here, of the Kelly program of mentoring first-year assistant superintendents, and I've been very involved in that. Well, I learned that even though he's been trying for a long time, I called it failed retirement, Craig, failed retirement. He's actually now going to say, okay, I'm going to retire. Now, his lovely wife, Deb, is, I'm not the grandmother, the mother. I'm going to say the mother. Mays Complete, one of the most robust alternative schools started by her, and of course is a highlight still in Kansas today. They've just been lifelong educators. Their kids are here. And I thought, when someone spends their life, and many of you may not even know the Elliots, it would be appropriate to say, hey, thank you. Because like many of you, these people have said, we're going to dedicate our lives to trying to improve the lives of students and the people who serve them. And Craig, you've done that. You've done that. And Deb, you've done that too. So I'm going to introduce you to Craig and Deb. I'm going to let them talk just a little bit. And because you're going to get the final word. You've always wanted the final word, whatever I was going to talk about you. Come on up. I want to say thank you. All yours.
This is totally unexpected because I have absolutely no remarks prepared. I can tell you one thing. When I got the email from Deborah 3 or 4 weeks ago, I thought, oh my God, I'm called to the principal's office. And then Jim a minute ago came around. He said, we're running a little bit behind. And I said, well, shoot. I said, just take me off the agenda and that way you can skip ahead. So anyway, I was a principal's kid. My folks were both in education, and I'll never forget my dad telling me, he says, if you don't want to watch young people or even adults make mistakes, don't get into the school business. And amen to that. But I've been blessed to have parents as educators, but even more blessed to have my family who they're amazing. I also, when I was making that run at Mays, my mentor, Joe Hickey, who many of you probably don't even know, but he's during unification in 1965, 66, he started the Skyline School District west of Pratt. Moved to Mays, and I was his assistant for 16 years. And he taught me so much about district leadership that I was forever grateful for. And one of the things that Joe told me was, he said, just remember, your only job is to help people. And I guess that's the thing I would pass along to each of you is to make sure that you're helping people. It's, with that presentation earlier, it kind of made me nervous because, I'm getting so far away from what's going on with the social media. And here are the experts right here. My daughter and son have spent, she's going to retire next year with 20, whatever it is, 30 some years. Yeah, who's counting? But yeah, we've had a great run, and I'm just so proud of what they're doing. He's at Valley Center now, and of course Deb. Oh, and my son-in-law, he's a trader now because he actually was a high school principal at Sedgwick and retired there a couple of years ago. And the reason I say he's a trader, he's gone to the Catholic schools, but absolutely loves it, teaching math. And that's what's happened to a lot of great public school educators who've, because of the legislation, have left public ed and have now gone to private schools, which is not something that really is a good thing for a lot of young people. But I don't know what else I need to say here other than just thanks so much for the recognition, Randy. And I think if he would even really check it, and I need to double check this, I think he was a freshman basketball coach at Andover.
I was the head basketball coach.
But
Thanks for demoting me.
yeah, maybe my freshman played your varsity then. I don't know. No. No. No, we couldn't have been there at the same time.
About 40 years gone by.
Well, one thing that I do appreciate about Dr. Watson, when I was at WSU, one of my research teams needed a project, and Randy was gracious enough to let my students come up there and do research on school balancing or something. I don't really remember what it was now, but anyway, I do appreciate this. But folks, teachers are working so hard today. The students that I'm mentoring, right, or students, the assistant superintendents and superintendents that I'm mentoring these days are just they're just like overwhelmed because there's so much. And we came through last weekend, and our grandkids live in the Kansas City area, and I said, now, because this is the end of the line for us, it looks like, but I said, why didn't you kids choose education, go in to be school teachers? And they said, well, we listened to mom and dad a lot about what was going on in the evenings and just the pressures that school people are under and what's going on nationally too. It's just not a good thing for young people to hear, I don't think. But anyway, that's enough of the soapbox, I guess. But I really appreciate the recognition, Randy. Thank you very much. So, yeah.
Bye, Francis.
taken us off yet, but we're breaking. And we do have board member Mr. Porter is unable to continue with us this afternoon. Otherwise, we are all good. And we now have Mr. Dale Brungard, who's going to introduce our guests about the Purple Star Schools.
Good afternoon, Chair Hopkins and members of the board and Commissioner Watson. It's my pleasure to be here. I'm Dale Brungard, Director of School Finance, and I get the distinct pleasure to celebrate 4 districts that went above and beyond. They're going to join 5 other districts throughout the state that have already reached Purple Star status, but we will talk a little bit more about that. Before I get too far, I don't want to forget these people, but if I could have the school liaisons come up here real quick, because they're not going to speak, but they're very important to the mission of what they do with their kids and their schools. So they're coming up around the sides here the way it looks. But we have Ashley and Shelby and Greg. They come from McConnell. They represent Fort Riley. They represent Fort Leavenworth. So we appreciate what they do. They are a first line of contact for many of our military families and our military students. So we appreciate their efforts and for them being here today as they support the schools that are new to Purple Star. So we'll talk a little bit about Purple Stars a little bit later, but I'm going to just take a little bit of time to share some information with you. April 1st, Governor Kelly signed a proclamation declaring April as the month of the military child. And it's hard to believe that we only have 3 bases basically in Kansas, but we have approximately 10,000 students that are connected some way to the military through the active units of our military. But when we extend that to Guard and Reserve throughout the state, we have nearly 13,000 students that are connected where moms or dads are serving. And that does not even count all of the brothers and sisters who may have siblings who in school who are also possibly impacted because they're missing brother or missing sister who are serving our country. 168 districts actually have a military connected student. We wouldn't think that, but that's a pretty big number. Now, some of those obviously have more than one student in their district. Some districts may only have one student. So good news there. I'm going to have this slide up there because there's the actual number of active students that are active duty students that are in Kansas. But I want to point out, because sometimes you'll hear us talk about MIC3, and it's the Military Interstate Children's Compact Commission. It's one of, I believe, 6 compacts signed by all the states in the United States. So there aren't a whole lot of compacts, but this is one of 6. And we were the first to adopt that. I know Dr. Nineswander always wanted to have that information passed on to everybody. And so I continue that tradition, I guess, as well. So the Purple Star designation, basically what it is that it is when districts go above what they normally would do to try to make a commitment and serve military families to help them. And I don't know if anybody is going to speak about it, but students make a lot of moves depending on permanent change of stations that moms and dads make. And so it's difficult for them as they transition from school to school. The Purple Star is starting to be something that is viewed upon very strongly to say, hey, where are these schools at? What services? Because they're familiar with what our challenges are. And that's why it's important that we continue to recognize Purple Stars and their efforts to reach those students. We have 4 new districts, which I mentioned earlier: Piper, Spring Hill, Emporia, and Rose Hill. Those are the big stars. Those are our brand new ones. They're joining the 5 smaller, and you can also see it written over there on the left side of the screens in bold. So today we have representatives from each of those districts. They're going to take it over from now, and they're going to present just 3 to 4 minutes of information that they have done that sets them apart from other schools that help them qualify for the Purple Star qualification. So with that, Piper is coming on up.
Okay, hi. Good afternoon, Board and Commissioner Watson. We are so happy to be here today. My name is Jessica Dane, and I'm the very proud superintendent of the Piper School District. And with me today, I have some special guests. If you guys want to come up here a little bit closer, they're the stars of the show. But we have two military families who both of the mothers that are here with us are actually employees in the Piper School District. That is Kristen Miller and her daughter Morgan, who is a senior at Piper High School. And then we have Megan Riggs and her daughter Dakota, who is a freshman at Piper High School. And so I'm going to give a brief introduction about what this has meant for us as a school district and then share for you, allow them to give a little bit of a testimonial. And so when I learned about this, this to me was an ultimate way that we could thank families for the ultimate sacrifice that they make for our country, for our communities. It's a way for us to welcome them in a very special way, to provide extra stability. We want to provide academic continuity. We also want to have supports in place because we know that this can be a very stressful part of not only the parents' lives, but also the students who many times are transitioning from one school or another. And so this was a great opportunity for us to go through this program. One of the most important things we did is we actually did professional development with every single one of our staff members so that they could understand the needs of these students and what that would look like for them in the classroom. And then each one of our schools did a special activity to help celebrate this. So on your screen, this is some information from Piper Creek. This is our elementary school that is kindergarten through second grade. We had a really beautiful Veterans Day assembly, and part of that we did a donation drive. And so it was really special for these students to not only collect things that they could give to veterans and their families, but they also got to bring their family members in with them, and we celebrated them in a really special way. At Piper Creek Elementary School, this is our 3rd through 5th grade, and they do a very special breakfast. You can see a table that is set in the front with an empty seat so that we say thank you to those family members that have sacrificed, the ultimate sacrifice, and family members that may not be with us today. Next, we do that same type of breakfast at Piper Middle School, just in a different setting. So again, it's a great way for us to say thank you to those families. I also have a picture of a student that came back. He's a graduate from Piper High School that came back to the breakfast that's now serving in the military. So it was extra special to have him there. Along with that, we have a beautiful wall at Piper Middle School. So we call it our Wall of Honor. We have this at both the middle school and the high school. And so each one of our students that graduates from our school system and goes into the military, we have this wall prominently displayed so that we can say thank you and a continued thank you to their families. And so before Spring Hill comes up, I'm going to ask our guests to come up and speak a little bit more about what this means to them. So I'm going to ask Kristen Miller to come on up with Morgan.
Pull this down a little short. So I am an Army spouse, and I am an administrative assistant at Piper School District. Being a part of a military community comes with unique opportunities to meet people from all over the world, sharing and learning their cultures and their influences. With limited time to establish support systems, you often witness quick connections occurring with an instantaneous friendship that lasts for many years to come, many of which then become family. As a tight-knit community, military families share in each other's joys, experiences, and sacrifices on a daily basis. With that, I will turn it over to Morgan.
Hi, I'm a senior at Piper High School, graduating this May. I'm excited. While the sacrifices made by soldiers are widely acknowledged, it's important to recognize the sacrifices made by military families as well. The frequent relocations, often every few years, present situational challenges, especially in forming lasting relationships and establishing a sense of belonging within our community. However, these experiences have fostered a resilience in us, enabling our ability to rapidly adapt to new environments and circumstances. Like a dandelion, we bloom where we are planted.
Hi, I'm a freshman at Piper High School. Throughout our lives, our military parents have missed countless birthdays, holidays, school events, and special moments due to their service. That's why it means so much to us when members of our school and community take the time to acknowledge these sacrifices. It reminds us that their dedication and the impact it has on our families does not go unnoticed.
Thanks for having us. I am Dakota's mom. I am an elementary librarian in the Piper School District and a very proud Air Force wife, so thanks for having us. what this purple star distinction means to us is we just really makes military families like us and those in our community feel seen. And it makes us feel very supported by not only our district, but also the state of Kansas. So thank you for that. We're very excited to come alongside our school district and continue to find ways to support the military community that is in Piper. Thank you.
So with that, we just want to thank the state for acknowledging this. This has been a wonderful experience for us, and we're so appreciative of our military families and what they do for us. So with that, I would like to introduce my colleagues from the Spring Hill School District.
Thank you, Commissioner Watson and Board of Education. My name is Josh Robinson. I'm the Assistant Superintendent in the Spring Hill School District. And I have with me Mark Meek, who is one of our principals at Spring Hill Middle School and has done a great job. I'm a big believer that when somebody does the work, I want to make sure that they're there for the recognition. And so I would share a little bit of how we got to this point. I'll be honest, I hadn't heard of the Purple Star recognition until this fall when I heard Mr. Brungard present at Council of Superintendents. And I had a unique 3-week experience because the week before I had had the chance to watch some of our elementary students making thank you cards and letters for an honors flight, and coincidentally ended up on that flight and got to see the members of the military experience the appreciation, got to experience the DC Fire Department welcoming them. Actually, our own Human Resource Director's father was on the flight, and so I've seen photos afterwards. But coming back and connecting all of it, I went to Mark and said, hey, I think this is something we need to do in Spring Hill. And I'm lucky to have a really good team around me that he took it and he ran with it. We were doing, as you'll see, we have a lot of great things that we're doing from our Veterans Day recognitions that you'll hear from others to things that we're making for members of our military community. One of our elementaries collected treats that were sent overseas to active military. So there's a lot for us to be proud of, but really what we've tried to do to take it further, we realize we have a lot of appreciation events, but our next step is really awareness and connecting our students to the opportunities that are there as well. Our high school's done a great job. One of the things that they didn't have a great photo for me to highlight, but they have a thing that they call targeted seminar, where periodically they address topics that are of high interest to students. And one of the most highly anticipated targeted seminars every time they do it is one that they call Careers in the Military. And it gives the different branches of the military an opportunity to share that right now when you talk about post-secondary opportunities, there's a lot of ways to get where we want our students to be, and the military does have some great alternative routes for some of our kids. And so they've tried to connect that. As Dr. Dane mentioned, we've been going through the process of providing professional development for our staff. We're really working right now with our school counselors to look at the transition piece, because even though our number of military-connected students in Spring Hill is small, one of the beliefs we had going into this was if we did this right, we benefit all of our students. As we can streamline some of those processes, we make it easier for all of our kids to transition in and out of our system. So we're excited to see where it goes. We feel like we're still, we're kind of humbled to be here accepting this recognition today, because we feel like there's still a lot of work to do. And so we're excited to provide more information as we see some success with this over the coming years. But we are very appreciative of the opportunity to be in front of you today, and thankful for you recognizing our district and our schools and giving us a platform to go back and recognize the people that are really doing the work to support military-connected students in our district. So thank you.
Hello, welcome. Welcome to visiting, to hearing our presentation. So thank you, State Board, for your service. We appreciate all the things that you do to advocate for public education, and Commissioner Watson. So I'm Allison Harder, Superintendent for Emporia Public Schools. This is Mr. John Martin, Emporia Middle School principal and veteran. So it was important to have him come with us today. So last spring, when we were at one of our superintendent meetings, Dr. Watson was talking about purple designated districts and really the push to have more districts across the state and then ultimately become a state that has all districts that are purple stars. And so I was sitting there thinking, well, I haven't heard of that before, and should we do that? I really don't know that we have very many students that are military connected, but then as Emporia is a founding city of Veterans Day, so we have to do this. So we have some pictures here from Veterans Day, and it is a big production, as you can imagine. So we're very proud of the activities that we have. Our high school very involved. We have our band and orchestra. Our orchestra director is a veteran as well, and so it was really nice to see students afterwards coming up and thanking him for his service. So it really means a lot to them. This is a better picture of that, where we have the park, where we have a lot of the activities. So we have a parade downtown. Building up to that, our students have always, because Emporia is the founding city of Veterans Day, we've always had elementary students writing letters to veterans and thanking them, always having different activities such as flag etiquette. So we have veterans coming in and teaching our students what that means and really respecting our flag.
I'm here to talk a little bit about what we do for schools. One of the things that my school does, and I think they've done it well, and they've done it before I got there, and I'm sure they'll do it after I leave, is we make sure that we highlight staff members who are veterans. So the last 3 years, I've had a poster up that shows my service to the United States Navy. It's great that we recognize that, but the big thing, the side effect of that is kids come up to me that did not necessarily want to come up to me, and they'll come up and tell me, hey, my mom was in the Army, my dad was in the Marines. My first response to them always is, could they not get in the Navy? So with that being said, but it's a connection with them. But they also know, they go back home and I'm sure they tell the parents that joke, but then the parents know that I'm a veteran as well. And so that makes a good connection with our community that way. This is flag etiquette. Every single one of our elementary schools does this. And they do this in conjunction with our American Legion. So again, our veterans are getting in our building and they're talking to kids about the importance of respect of the flag, respect of veterans. And it's a good experience for not only our kids, but it's for our veterans. The last thing, and it's one of my favorite things, is every year I get cards. I get cards from kids I don't know. They thank me for my service. I only had one real problem is one kid said, thank you for your service in the United States Air Force. And I tried to say, real aviation occurs in the Navy, but they didn't understand that. So, but it's great that we get these, and we get these great cards from all over. And I tease my fellow service, the people I served with, how many cards did you get? Because I got 105. And so it's just great. And the kids, and I'll try to catch up. If the kid puts their name on it, then they'll ask me a question. What was your favorite thing about serving on an aircraft carrier? And I'll track them down and we'll talk about it. But it's that connection, that personal connection you make, because it is aunts and uncles. It's moms and dads, it's grandpas. And just making sure that they know that what they did was very important.
Thank you for having us. We will introduce Rose Hill.
Good afternoon. I'm from Rose Hill School District. I'm Julie McFerrin, the Assistant Superintendent, and we're very proud to have this designation. I brought a team with me to present, so I don't necessarily have to, but I do want to introduce those that are here. We have Amber Marshall and her husband, Keith Marshall, and he's active military, and Amber is our district librarian and also a military spouse. And then we have Emily Bastian. She's one of our classroom teachers, and her daughter, JoJo. And Emily is also military connected. And then we have Amanda Topinka. She is our media specialist, and she actually was the one that got this started for our district. So I'm going to start with her and have her talk a little bit about why we were interested in applying.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go through the slideshow real quick, but my name's Amanda, like Julie said. Our journey started a little over a year ago. I had a parent reach out to me on Facebook, actually on our district Facebook page, and she wanted to know if we recognized April as the month of the military child. And at the time, I'll admit, I had no idea what she meant, but it started our journey to look into it further, and that's when we found the Purple Star Recognition Program. This kind of describes what our motto is. We're there to walk alongside, whether the students are there for 3 months or they're there for 13 years. We want them to know that they can call Rose Hill home. Some of the things that we do, we honor our veterans, whatever football game is closest, the home football game that is closest to September 11th. We try to honor our veterans at that football game. Every year, our middle school hosts an annual Veterans Day Assembly. It's really neat. We invite all of our community veterans, our staff that have served in the military, and it's a pretty big thing that they do. We also have held donation drives for some of our veterans. This one went to Passageways, which is a local nonprofit organization in Wichita that helps homeless veterans get back on their feet. And then at central office around September 11th, our front office secretary, she put on a hero spotlight wall. For anybody that was military connected could go on that wall. We hope to grow that every year. This last September was the first year that we did that. So hopefully it just keeps growing. And that's all for that slideshow. Thank you, guys.
Hi, like she said, I'm Amber Marshall, and I am the district librarian for Rose Hill Schools. I am a military spouse of 24 years, and my husband and I have 4 children who have grown up with that military life. The Guard life is a little different than the active duty life, but it is definitely unique. I just want to say it's an honor to be recognized as a Purple Heart School, and this will impact the academic success of our students. And in a state that hosts 3 major military installations and over 10,000 children of active duty service members, our own school serving 8% of those students, we understand the services these students need. But we can't do it alone. We need help with the state. And as you know, the governor recently signed House Bill 2102 that eases the burden for transitioning students with their families as they move. And supporting these children of our service members is not just an educational issue, it is a societal and a moral issue as well. They deserve the full strength of our care and our attention. And to quote one of our high school seniors, I believe her name is Layla, if I'm saying that correctly, as a military child, I've developed a deep respect for service and sacrifice. Constant change has taught me resilience and the importance of staying grounded. Watching my father serve inspired my own sense of duty, discipline, and desire to serve my country. Thank you so much for your recognition.
Hello, my name is Emily Bash, and I'm a 3rd grade teacher. I also served 10 years in the U.S. Army, and I just wanted to share a little insight of what it's like as a parent, soldier, and having children in the military. On September 11, 2001, America was forever changed. It's been 23 and a half years since that tragic day, a day that tested the American spirit and will be remembered always. It also happened to be my 17th birthday. Like many, I will never forget where I was when the world stood still. 7 days later, I signed my name on the line to serve in the U.S. Army. I knew my patriotic duty. I knew I wanted to help, to serve, and to make life better for those around me. From basic training to AIT to WLC, the military gave me experiences that shaped the course of my life. I had become a military police officer. It was through the Army that I had met my husband. Our oldest, now 17 and about to graduate in less than a month, lived through more of our military journey than our youngest. There was a time when both my husband and I were deployed overseas, and our oldest stayed with my grandparents. Though she doesn't remember much, she's heard the stories and seen the pictures. While my husband was serving in Afghanistan, an IED exploded near him. He woke up a week later in Germany. People often say that soldiers make the sacrifice, but our children do too. They are like sponges, absorbing everything, especially the emotions we carry back from deployments. Even today, my husband struggles with PTSD. We have had many hospital visits and so thankful for the people that are in our district that help support us. Throughout my service, I transferred units almost every year to year and a half, not even counting the overseas deployments. Each move and each deployment came with an endless trail of paperwork and some of the hardest conversations, like writing a will. For my family and I, education remained a priority in my life. I knew from early on that I wanted to be a teacher, to instill the importance of learning, growth, and perseverance into the next generation. For my family and I, September 11th is a constant reminder that life is fleeting, impertinent, and uncertain. It taught us that we must make us use of every moment, nurturing with affection, tenderness, creativity, and laughter. Thank you.
So there's our Purple Star schools. You can see that they have put a lot of work into this and how much it means to them as well. But I was thinking over there, anytime you get military in the same room together, somebody's always got a question, who's the best? Well, since I have the mic last, I guess I'm going to say the United States Air Force. Plus, I got a couple blue suiters back here that are going to help me. So, but thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I think they deserve a big round of applause.
A quick comment, and I just would like to welcome those new schools. Thank you so much. It is amazing when you step up and share this information, the awareness that you build in everyone. I mean, I didn't know a lot of the issues that military families face, their kids. Never really thought about it. But when this was brought to the board's attention, I started listening. And the more I listened, the more I saw the need and the more I appreciate the way that this board operates. The commissioner brings to us things that we need to be aware of. And so thank you for being a part of that and sharing your information, because when you come and share with us and you become the Purple Star School, families want to know what this is all about, and it makes them appreciate more. I appreciate the purple kiss. And I love seeing you all in your purple. Thank you.
We'd like to have 4 separate pictures, so we'll start with Piper. If the board would come and be in their crescent. And we have
Okay. Here we go. Next on the agenda is we are going to hear from Amanda Peterson about it's a receive item for the department's recommendations for approving preschool aged at-risk programs for 25-26 school year. Thank you.
Kansas State Department of Education, and I'm joined by my colleague Natalie McLean, our preschool programs coordinator. In May, the Kansas State Board of Education will consider approving preschool aged at risk programs for Kansas school districts for the 2025-2026 school year. So today we are going to share an update of the preschool aged at risk component of the Kansas school finance formula and our role in working together with districts to approve those programs. And we've held time for questions at the end. As a good reminder, a child's earliest years are an incredible opportunity to support later success. Early childhood is our opportunity to set our youngest Kansans up for success in school and in life later on. And Kansas school leaders in communities all around the state work very hard to partner with their communities and understand what is needed and where their schools can support their overall community early childhood infrastructure. There is no one-size-fits-all approach to offering early learning services. Different communities and different families will need different early childhood options. And what I love many things about working in Kansas, but one thing that I love is that we do provide our school districts a lot of flexibility to determine how they offer preschool services to do what best fits the needs of families and in their community. Families are children's first and most important teacher, and we also know that for many Kansas families, early childhood care and education is an important part of their family's life and the way that they support their children for success. According to data from the United States Census Bureau, for our Kansas children under the age of 6, 70% of those children live in households where all of the adults in the household are working. And so that means two things. One, it means that families need some kind of reliable, safe care so that they can go to work. And when we are visiting with schools and community leaders, we hear time and time again the needs of the workforce and the needs of families to have reliable, safe places for their children to be so that they can work and so that they can increase their family's earnings. Second, again, because so much of a child's brain architecture is formed in those early years of life, everything that we can do to make those early childhood care and education experiences high quality, engaging, interactive, that really just sets our students up for success. We don't just want a place for children to be while their families are at work. We want that to be a really wonderful, joyful, terrific early learning experience so that kids can be learning and growing and well prepared for success. This is the Kansas statute that authorizes Kansas districts to offer preschool. And so you'll see a couple of things. You'll see that this law gives school districts several options for how they approach offering preschool services. School districts can offer and teach preschool services themselves, so they can operate their own preschool programs. They can also partner in cooperatives or interlocals with other school districts to deliver those services. I'm going to talk for a minute, about the responsibilities of districts to provide a free, appropriate public education to our preschool students with disabilities. Many districts will choose to partner in cooperatives or interlocals with other school districts to be able to fulfill that requirement. Districts also have the ability to contract or partner with just about any type of private entity to deliver preschool services. So you'll see here that the law outlines that this can be a private nonprofit corporation or an association or with any public or private agency or institution, whether that's located within or outside of the state. So districts really have a lot of opportunity to partner with private entities in order to deliver services. And all of those pieces are encompassed in our Kansas infrastructure for preschool. Why are we here today? So the Kansas State School Finance Formula defines two different categories of preschool students who generate funding in the Kansas State School Finance Formula. So when we talk about count day, when we think about the ways that school districts receive their funding through the School Finance Formula, there are two different mechanisms for schools to receive funding in the School Finance Formula for preschool students. The first I alluded to earlier. State and federal special education law requires districts to be able to provide a free, appropriate public education to our preschool students with disabilities. And so preschool students with disabilities who are enrolled in a school district on count day are counted as a 1/2 student, or a 0.5 FTE in the school finance formula, and they also generate any applicable weightings. The second is the reason why we're here today. Preschool aged at risk students are 3- and 4-year-old students who meet at least one preschool aged at risk eligibility criteria, I'll show those in a minute, who are enrolled and attending a district's approved preschool aged at risk program. And the statute goes on when we say approved by who? Approved by all of you. So this second piece of the school finance formula, each year we bring to you a list of Kansas school districts in order for you to approve those districts to operate approved preschool aged at risk students or programs, so that eligible students who are enrolled in those districts on count day can be included in the district's count for the school finance formula. When you think about this, a little bit of history, the Kansas school finance formula has included this component since 1998, so this is not new. It was previously referred to as the 4-year-old at risk program and limited to a certain number of slots. And over the years, the legislature put additional funding into the school finance formula specifically for preschool. In 2018, the Kansas school finance formula was amended to change this from just 4-year-old preschool students to eligible 3- and 4-year-old students. So we now, fortunately, no longer need to go back and forth with districts to allocate out individual slots over the course of the year. That was not the most efficient process. We are able to fund this in the same way that we do other pieces. The other thing, you'll note that these students are each counted as a 1/2 student, or a 0.5 FTE. That's the case regardless of whether they attend a half day or a full day. So many districts choose to operate full day preschool programs, but in those districts, even if the child is attending for a full day, the child is still only counted as a 1/2 student. And then finally, the last piece that I wanted to add, when we talk about weightings, things like the at-risk weighting, the transportation weighting, the bilingual weighting, all of those pieces apply to these two types of students as well. And then these are the preschool aged at risk criteria. So a student must meet one or more of the following criteria to generate funding. And additional information about all of these can be found on the handout. You have the preschool aged at risk program requirements. For anybody listening along online, you can find those on our KSDE preschool programming webpage. And page 5 includes additional detail for each of these. So we set expectations for our preschool aged at risk program requirements. In a minute, I get to take a drink of tea and cough, and you get to hear from Natalie McLean. So she leads our work each year. So each year, our agency reviews and updates the preschool aged at risk program requirements that you have in front of you. These are our mechanism for setting our expectations for what approved preschool aged at risk programs will look like. And then we run a process that is not a competitive process to gather information from school districts to confirm that they will be meeting those requirements. So I'm so glad that we get to benefit from Natalie's leadership, and she is going to share a little bit more about the program requirements and our process for approving programs each year.
Thank you, Amanda. Good afternoon, board. I just wanted to remind everyone about Amanda Pagan from yesterday with our Kansas Teachers of the Year team. She shared yesterday that programs that show the strongest and most persistent benefits include a few essential building blocks. They employ well-qualified teachers. They have developmentally appropriate evidence-based curriculum. They provide children with the time they need to learn, grow, and thrive, and they meaningfully engage families. So in order to ensure that our Kansas preschool programs are providing quality preschool, we've built some of those quality requirements into our from those essential building blocks. So we have some of the following requirements. Programs must use research-based curriculum. They must provide a minimum of 465 hours of instruction. And remember that instruction in preschool looks a lot different than instruction in 5th grade. Hopefully it looks like playing. But remember that that play is all well planned and thought through. They have to keep an adult to child ratio of 1 adult for every 10 children or better, and a minimum class size of 20. A maximum class size of 20. Many of our programs don't have that many children in them. programs are also required to have qualified staff, meaning teachers, assistant teachers, paras. They also must ensure that they will provide opportunities for meaningful family engagement in their programs. So annually, in their preschool aged at risk approval forms, districts will provide information regarding the research that they've relied on to determine their community has a need for preschool aged at risk services. They share what results their community has seen due to providing these services. They share what curriculum, screening tools, and assessments they plan on using and what resource they've used to verify that these tools are research-based. They share information about the program structure, including their hours of operation and where their programs are located. And they also share staff qualifications and what professional learning requests they may have from us here at KSDE. Was that enough time for you to breathe?
We'll find out. All right, so I could talk about this topic for a very long time, but in thinking about the information that we would bring to you that would be most helpful in making your decision or what you might need moving on, I would emphasize that if anybody is interested in visiting in more detail, either any of you or anybody who might be listening online to really dig into the specifics of the research and different studies that have been done on preschool over the last 30 years, I'd be more than happy to do that. But in thinking about what information to share with all of you, I wanted to prioritize two things. One, looking to peer-reviewed research, things that have met a really high bar in terms of the quality of the evidence that we would bring, and two, things that could be publicly accessible. It's a little bit challenging sometimes when we look to peer-reviewed research because oftentimes you need a subscription to an academic journal in order to research or in order to access the study. So the preponderance of study, the question of whether or not preschool is effective has been researched quite a bit over the years. And the preponderance of studies show that high quality preschool programs do in fact lead to improved child outcomes. Two pieces that I think are especially useful. So I like this 2017 meta-analysis. A meta-analysis means that researchers looked at a range of studies to find those and to see like what the consensus of studies might show. This 2017 study was completed by a number of very highly regarded educational researchers and economists to review 22 different high-quality studies confirming that early childhood education does lead to positive results in terms of reduction in special education services, reduction in the likelihood that children will be held back a grade, and increases in the likelihood that children will graduate high school. There's also, when we think about peer-reviewed evidence that looks to large-scale implementation of preschool programs, I think that this 2022 study from Boston is really useful because it looks to a cohort of students that attended the program between 1997 and 2003. Obviously, those students have now been in school and in life long enough to be able to see their outcomes over time. That study found that students who attended preschool were more likely to graduate high school, more likely to attend college, and less likely to experience disciplinary issues or incarceration in their time in high school. There's a big caveat to this, and that is that program quality matters. And so we do our best through many different mechanisms to help our schools understand what they can do in their preschool programs to make them be high quality so that we can achieve these results. This 2019 policy brief is not peer-reviewed, but it is, I think, one of the more accessible pieces of research that helps explain those things that Natalie and Amber were talking about in terms of what are the factors or the components that make for a really high quality early learning experience. And if you read through those, I think that you'll see incredible connections to our school improvement model. That's intentional. When we think about those elements that make for effective teaching and learning, those might look a little bit different in preschool, but they're the same, right? We need well-supported staff. We need to make sure that learning experiences are designed with intention, that they're well aligned to standards, and that the instructional materials that are used in programs are high quality. And then we're always proud to be from Kansas, but I think that one piece that we should be particularly proud of is that one of really the best longitudinal studies in the country is from Wichita. The Opportunity Project has partnered with the Wichita and Derby school districts for a very long time to be able to determine that graduates of those programs have higher attendance rates, lower special education placement rates, higher grade point averages, stronger social and emotional school readiness skills, stronger academic functioning, and better state assessment scores than their peers. So they have been partnering together to conduct that longitudinal study. Some of the earlier results have already been peer reviewed, and they continue to publish the additional results each year so that they can be accessible. When I talked earlier about Kansas schools having a lot of flexibility to partner with other types of entities, this is a case where USD 259 and USD 260 have contracts with the Opportunity Project for TOP to deliver a certain number of preschool slots to students who are enrolled as students in those districts and who are generating school finance formula funding for the district that can then through that contract flow through to the Opportunity Project. So there's lots of different ways to expand preschool in a community. If you are really deep in the preschool policy research, you'll sometimes hear early childhood professionals talk about a mixed delivery system. What that means is that it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. We can have school districts delivering preschool services. We can have nonprofit or other entities delivering preschool services, and it's all part of our Kansas preschool infrastructure. When we think about the impact of preschool in Kansas, so in the 2023-2024 school year, there were nearly 24,000 preschool students who were enrolled in Kansas public schools, and you can see the number of preschool aged at-risk students and preschool students with disabilities who were included in that count. There's also other students. So if you have any students who are not preschool aged at risk and do not have a disability, you can still enroll them in preschool, but the school does not get any school finance formula funding for them. And when we think about the impact of those nearly 12,000 preschool aged at risk students who were enrolled in Kansas schools, that accounts for nearly $50 million of school finance formula funding that flows to school districts. So when we think about the impact of the decision that all of you will make in May, your decision to continue approving preschool aged at risk programs means that school districts next year will receive more than $50 million if enrollment trends hold of school finance formula funding. This is the motion that you'll receive in May. Program approvals were due April 3rd. Natalie is working hard together with our preschool programs to answer any questions and ensure that programs are well prepared to meet the program requirements that all of you have in front of you. We do anticipate that altogether 271 of our 286 school districts will have approved preschool aged at risk programs next year. That includes anybody online and any of you all can access the 266 school districts who have approved preschool aged at risk programs for this year. And we're glad to be adding 5 additional school districts. Those are USD 105 Rawlins County, USD 207 Fort Leavenworth, USD 321 Migo, USD 340 Jefferson West, and USD 395 La Crosse. So we are glad to answer any questions that you might have and have any discussion.
Was trying to decide if I had any. I think you answered. I was writing down questions, but I think you hit most of my questions in the process. The one thing I think I'm still a little vague about in understanding is when you talk about contracting with private. So help me, maybe I'm missing something in what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. So what that can look like is that the school district will enter into a contract with that private partner, and that could be a nonprofit partner, that could be a faith-based partner, that could be a special education cooperative or interlocal, that could be an organization. The school district will have a contract that will say, okay, this entity will deliver preschool services according to the requirements that are laid out in the Kansas State Department of Education preschool aged at risk program requirements. those students will be enrolled as students in the district, so they will be, they're just attending at a different location. They're included in the district's counts for September 20th or February 20th if they have a military count. And so then they are included when the district receives its school finance formula funding. And typically the contract is structured in such a way that the amount of reimbursement that the private entity will receive is tied to the amount of funding that's generated in the school finance formula. Sure. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes, perfect.
It does.
And if anybody is ever interested in understanding really good examples of what this looks like, two that are very high profile that have been operating in the state for a long time are the Opportunity Project in Wichita, which I mentioned earlier, and then the center, the Family Resource Center in Pittsburgh. But we have other good examples as well.
Okay. Connie, looks like she has a.
I'm giving my time.
Oh.
Did your thing it's working now. It's working now. So thank you, Connie. Thank you, Amanda, and Natalie for your presentation today. There's a lot, so I'm going to probably have some questions that come up later. I was just curious on faith-based preschools that offer like Mom's Day Out type thing, where they're only there a couple days and they're just there for a few hours. Are those even considered as far as like delivering like or would they have to be there more of almost a full day to even qualify with the district, even work with them?
So perhaps. I would say if somebody called with that question, the pieces that we would be looking to would be, one, the minimum 465 hours of instruction. So that equates to about 2.5 hours, or that does equate to 2.5 hours a day over 186 days. And then two, ensuring that staff are appropriately qualified. So theoretically, if there was a licensed teacher who was operating that kind of program and children were attending for 465 hours of instruction and were enrolled, perhaps, in my experience, most of those types of programs operate more on a drop-in basis where it might be a little more informal.
Yeah, because most of those were close to retirement or retired teachers that worked at those faith-based, and they not necessarily was the faith of that particular church. They just happened to love to teach, and they wanted to be there. Because I would say 99% of those served on the board there. 99% of those kids that went there were only like there for Mom's Day Out, like 2 days a week at the most, and that's how it was set up. And I'm hoping that those are still thriving in communities, because that's sometimes just there's still a lot of play throughout the day, but there was a little bit more structure, and that's kind of what I think a lot of the parents in that community were looking for. So I'm just hoping those are still thriving and going strong. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Oh, Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for the presentation. I love how you kind of talked about the organized and planned play as education. Remind me, you said it, but you talk really fast. So can you just remind the board real quick, if we want to get into one of those facilities to kind of see what's going on, TOP has amazing things going on. What is the best way to do that? Do we reach out to you?
That would be a fine thing to do. Yep, if anybody is interested, or certainly as you are visiting with the school districts who you represent, obviously we have 271 of our 286 school districts who intend to offer a preschool aged at risk program this year. So they will be familiar with their preschool offerings. But if anybody is interested in just understanding who in my district might be a particularly great person for me to talk to really understand all the nuances of preschool or some places to go visit, Natalie and I would be very, very happy to connect you to those folks.
Okay. Madam Chair, could I have one more?
Yes.
Can you put some numbers around the savings that we might see when we're getting those kids into these programs early, and then as they move on into elementary school, what does that savings look like, the cost savings?
It depends on the study and the information that you use. So oftentimes the conservative estimate is between $4 to $7 for every dollar that's invested. On the higher end, when we think about very, very high quality programs that have followed children for a very long time, then it's more like $15 to $16 for every dollar invested. So when we think about what those savings represent, for school districts, the largest savings are often reductions in special education placements. If we're able to intervene early and provide students services that they might need early, then they're more likely to catch up and exit special education services. We also see a reduction in the number of students who are held back each year. So obviously that represents a big savings for the district because that means that they have one fewer year of schooling to pay for at some point during the child's educational career. If you have more sophisticated data and more better long-term research, then on a society level, we can start to look to see things like reductions in the amount of funding of money that is spent on anti-poverty programs and on incarceration for children who are less likely to be incarcerated. Later on, we see reductions in interactions with the child welfare system, so reductions in those kinds of costs. Families who are able to work more are able to earn more and then invest money back into their local economies and pay more in taxes. And then children who are more likely to graduate high school and graduate college have higher lifetime earnings. So that's a long answer to your question.
That's a wow answer. That was so much more than I bargained for. Thank you.
And if anybody is interested, Dr. James Heckman of the Heckman equation is really the leading economist who the Heckman equation website has some really terrific videos. I'll make sure to share that because that's a really good, easy to follow. He's an economist who's done a lot on the return on investment of high quality early education.
And Dr. Watson just said we can get that into a Friday note.
Absolutely.
That'd be great.
And for anybody listening online, Heckman is Heckman, and it's the Heckman equation. It's a great website and a great resource.
Equation. Okay. Debbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering what percent of pre-K are handled like in TOPS or the private sector versus the public education sector, the public USD sector?
That's a good question, and it's been a little bit since we've run the data that way. I'd be glad to look and see what we can determine based on what we have enrolled so that we can get a more precise answer. It is a small percentage. But again, for anybody listening or for any of all of you, highlighting for people that that is an option and that is a really smart option as communities are considering ways to expand. Oftentimes it's working together with those private partners to help support their staff in holding appropriate licensure. But again, with all of the things that we're doing with alternative pathways to licensure, with apprenticeship programs, we've seen really good examples. Fort Scott fairly recently partnered with some nonprofit partners, and we're working together with them to have their staff become licensed teachers.
Gotcha.
Just real quick, Melanie, and I can address for TOPS in Wichita. You can call them directly, and it's amazing the kind of data that they have collected to show that trend. They get a lot of philanthropic support, and just the results, the information, and they love showing it off. So you could go through Amanda, but I tell you, if you got in contact with the director there, who is amazing, she'd set up a schedule that would fit around yours or any other board member that might be interested. Just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. The only thing I'm going to share, and this is not anti-anything, it's my frustration, which has more to do with the legislature than anything. Because again, just this past weekend, conversation with a young mom whose private preschool just closed because she cannot keep up with the regulations. And then there's the cost, obviously. So not on you, obviously. That's on the legislators to pull back or look better at those regulations, because we're losing our private over that, which has really, in my opinion, forced the public schools into it. And it saddens me and it frustrates me. And I knew the preschool she was talking about because I know the owner, so I was really sad to hear that had happened to her. So those are the things that, but again, not on you and whatever the program's doing, but just that trend that we've seen, that the regulations through the legislature are just really harming our private preschools and daycares in all the regulations that are being put on them. And I've talked to superintendents. I mean, even to do any of these programs in their schools is crazy trying to get through. I mean, they struggle to get through some of those regulations and the cost that it incurs for them. So just my little soapbox, you might say.
Some useful resources for any of you or for anybody listening online. One, it's really helpful to know that the Kansas Department for Health and Environment, which is the agency in Kansas responsible for childcare licensing, did complete a very extensive review and update to their regulations fairly recently. And so just appreciating that was a process that took into account a lot of feedback from early childhood providers. If anybody is interested in the experience of school districts operating licensed childcare in addition to preschool, the All In for Kansas Kids webinar for March of 2025 included 3 different school districts sharing their experiences operating childcare and the benefit that provides to staff and their community. And then finally, there is a saying or a catchphrase that is used frequently when thinking about the economics of early childhood care and education, and that's that parents can't pay more, providers can't earn less, and so that is just a question for, okay, how might we be able to appropriately compensate the individuals who are providing care for our youngest children? Because when we think about the impact that investment can make, whether a child is in a licensed child care facility or a preschool program, we want to make sure that in Kansas we have really quality programs for our children to be in.
Okay. I do not see anything else. Thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it. Board, we're scheduled for a break. Do we need a break, or can we move on? Huh?
You could do that.
Yeah, let's go ahead and go to we get to see lots of you, Beth, lately. So we're going to do a receive item on updating the performance level descriptors for the 2025 assessments, which we got a sneak peek yesterday, you might say. So here we go.
We did. So Chair Hopkins, Commissioner, State Board members, thanks for the opportunity to come back and share this receive item with you today. Yesterday, you heard Dr. Grumman, who's chair of the Kansas Assessment Advisory Council, share with you all of the work they've gone through, all of the conversations they had, well, not all of them, but a lot of them, right, on, should the performance level descriptors be changed? And if they should be changed, then what would their recommendation be? And so I come to you today to just do a brief review with you. This is what we've been using for the last 10 years, okay, 2015 through 2024. Level 1 was limited, level 2 basic, level 3 effective, and level 4 excellent. And so in thinking about where we want to go in the future for the next possibly 10 years, we're recommending that the language be changed to be more specific, right? Limited ability of knowledge and skills at the grade level, so 3rd grade, 4th grade, in the content area based on the standards. So level 1 limited, level 2 basic, level 3 proficient, and level 4 advanced. And just remember, I want to remind you that the test is built around the grade level standards. So having that conversation about a student being below or above grade level, when you're only measuring the standards, you can't, you can guess, you can have a hypothesis, but you don't have any evidence, right? This is the evidence that we'll be measuring at the grade level. This is important because for 2 big reasons. One, when we go into standard setting that you'll hear about next month, this is what the teachers will be asked. We have already like 650 people volunteering to be on those table committees to help make a decision that they're going to be recommending to you in July and August. But they're going to be saying, what is it when we look at this? What is proficient? What is basic? I said the second thing you need to keep in mind is then this is the public face of the report card, right? Of the report that goes home to parents of the language that the schools and districts will use and the language that you'll want to hold schools accountable for when you start looking at how many students are at the basic level, right? How many students are still limited? I mean, one of our big emphases in just in standards work and in the measurement side of assessment is like, we really need to focus on those level 1 students, right? We need them to move from limited to basic. And so this just better clarifies that. So I'll come back to you next month with an official motion, and hopefully, you'll be able to make a decision on that for us. So any questions you have about yesterday's presentation or the information shared today?
Michelle?
So Beth, when I tour around and go to different meetings and things, and I hear from the public, and they're saying, we're not proficient, or we're not achieving, or they're not at grade level, and then I just go back and ask the parent, like, how do you feel about how your own child's doing or progress? I mean, it's like turn the table back on. You're in a district, or you're wherever you are in private school, public school. How do you feel? And especially if those maybe not taking the state assessments, they're not included into that graph or the accountability there. So I just want to make sure we are all speaking the same language and we understand. So when if we roll anything out, we know what we're talking about when we're out there talking to the public. Because I feel like everybody's talking on different levels, and then they always want to pull in NAEP, which is a very small sampling, and it's like, and a lot of people are like, "What? I've never even been tested for that." So, exactly. So I want to make sure we're Kansas local, and what are you doing about it with your own school to maybe engage the teacher and your student to make it better. So
I would just like to say that that's one of our big focuses with assessment literacy, and one of the reasons I've been coming to you every month to share more about assessments, and then the balanced assessment piece and the 4 fundamentals, right? Because it's different types of assessments for different purposes. And I think when I listened to Dr. Curtis and her group present this morning, it was very clear, okay? So they're doing a screening, right? And they're identifying children at risk from the screening. And then, as it was so eloquently shared with you, then they dig deeper to find out, do they need phonemic awareness? Are they having problems with comprehension? That's all like work to help the students succeed in the classroom when they're learning the grade level standards, right? So all those students that aren't identified, that aren't getting all that extra help, then that screener is just useful for teachers and parents to know that they should be able to function in the classroom and learn the grade level standards, right? They're not needing that extra help, that tier 2 or tier 3 support. And so it's the purpose of the test, and it's often misleading when students come home or parents go online and look at what they have available to them when they see the students making progress. But it's progress towards what they're being screened on. It's not progress towards the standards that are being measured in the state assessment. So skills, right? And then the standards are much more rigorous than those just basic fundamental skills. And so that's the problem, and that's very hard to communicate because everyone wants to measure growth on screeners. But the screener is just identifying the kids that need more help. It's not telling you how successful they are at meeting the standards. It's why we have the mini tests. It's why we have the interim assessments. Those measures are what would help parents understand if the students are on track.
So Beth, on social, emotional, and different things like that, and character building and all that, there's some things where parents are going to be like, we've got that covered as parents. So don't include all, because we're good on that. We're focused on academics, and we're ready for that. Our kids ready for that. We're going to send them to school respectful, ready to learn, quiet, ready to get down to business, turn in their assignments, study for all that kind of stuff. It's the work. That's what makes you successful, doing the work, not turning it in at the end of the semester and getting just a 10% doc. It's like, so if you're not, so how are you engaging them to do the work that's there to learn so that they'll be able to carry that on if they want to go post-secondary or
I think, certainly those interim measures that the teachers are doing in the classroom every day to help the student be successful. I mean, we're just doing a point-in-time measure with the state assessment at the end of the year. And really, what I just think, you need to think about the bigger picture. You're screening for individual students, okay? This is your evaluation. I understand we take it down to the student level because the parents want to know how their students are doing. But this is what you look at, like to say, is the school providing the resources and the instructional materials and the qualified teachers to make sure the students have this opportunity to learn? And this is like a higher level evaluation. It's not that evaluation of the individual student. We provide that information. You can look at it and see, does it compare to what you've learned all the way along? But if you think your student is doing very well, and the whole class is getting feedback that they're doing well, the whole grade level, and the state assessment scores come in and indicate that the majority of their kids are still in level 1, that's our job at the State Department, right? To go in and say, something isn't right. Are you using the right materials? Are you aligned to the standards? What are you doing in the classroom, right? And that's where we have a lot of the TASM projects will come in. KLN's in there, MTSS is in there. Our program people that you've heard come in and really look at why isn't the data matching up with what the school thinks or what the parents think, that everything's okay. And then that's our job. That's what we go in and that's what we do.
Betty.
And I'll try to make this real quick. It would be great if this was used as it was designed to be. It would be great. But we know that's not the case, particularly when you have someone that says Kansas schools are failing on one side, legislature looking and saying, I'm not impressed on the other. So my question is going to be level 1 and level 2, and I think that's probably an area that's significant, because if I could add a fifth level in here, it would probably be 1.5. And I say that because if you have a significant number of kids that are at the top of level 1 and kind of at the bottom of level 2, to me, that says something positive about what's being done. It almost negates the idea of they're failing all of our kids or the majority of our kids. So my question, is there anywhere that we show a percentage of what level 1 was almost at the verge of level 2?
Dan showed that to you yesterday. There were 8 categories, and that would divide each of these up into 2. The problem that you get into statistically that he mentioned is because this is the same reason when people say, is the student at grade level, above or below? Teachers wanted a shorter test. When you go to a shorter test and less items, you limit the descriptors, Betty. So while we can give you some data, we can't statistically say empirically that low level 1, upper level 1, because there's not enough items that test that consistently to do that. But if you go to that chart that you have in your packet, it'll show you who's at the high level 1, who's at the low level 1.
So is that just from a percentage? Something, I keep hoping that there's a way we can accommodate this where parents can, the public can view it in the constructive way that it was meant. Not making the test longer, but this is what we have. This is what it's really looking like. I know that's not the purpose of assessment. I get that. I'm just asking from a standpoint of perhaps getting more people on board with what assessments are really supposed to tell us.
Yeah.
And I think you'll be pleased when we come to you at the end of this process when you see the revised score reports and then A little bit of it we shared when KU was here demoing the platform, but resources available to teachers to really drill down and see what that is. Now, just remember that, we give the test at the end of the year, right? So, how much work you're able to do when you get the results back. Not this year, we realize it's an unusual year because we have to set cut scores this summer, but when they're getting the results back and then what they have left to do. But as the commissioner shared many times, perhaps they could go to school a little bit longer instead of so early in May, so getting out, and then they would have that time.
Debbie? Yeah, my thing is acting funky, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so my question is, and maybe I'm just not catching on, so you're changing the words from effective to proficient, excellent to advanced. I wanted to know, is that actually changing the expectations of those levels? And if not, what is why? Why are we changing the words? What does that mean to the department that it's important to even vote on this?
I think we really got that yesterday with Dr.
I know, but I just
Grooming.
really didn't catch it. I really kind of need to understand that.
Okay.
So the answer to your first question is no. You will set the cut scores later. So this is not changing what is the score to score limited. It's just changing the descriptor. So the reason that the advisory board brought that to you is in their debate over the last year, they think this is a better descriptor for parents and students, Debbie.
Okay, so it's just semantic. So level 3 last year will be the same as level 3 next year. Level 4 last year is the same as level 4 next year.
That's going to depend on our cut scores.
That will depend on where the state board wants to put those.
But the comparison will be the same. So if we go up, we go up. If we go down, we go down.
That will depend on where the state board puts the scores this summer.
So we are changing the target area.
That will depend on what the state board votes. The state board could vote to keep them exactly the same. State board could vote to modify those. So depending on what you vote, we'll answer that question for you.
Right, and that's why I was hearing you say the assessment. The importance of the assessment is to be able to compare how our kids are doing from year to year to year so that we have that ability to measure how we're doing. That's the point of the assessment, is it not to measure how we're doing, grading us really, more than anything.
Once you set the scores, they will be fixed until you change them. So
I think personally I'm going to have to go back and listen to Dr. Grooman from yesterday because there was just a lot there. But it would be, I think, really helpful. Dennis, did you have something?
Thank you, Beth. I just, in that discussion yesterday, there was the word proficient seemed to be kind of a driver for some of this change because it's embedded in so much other language. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's kind of ambiguous. Like what I sense that no one really there's a difference of opinion what that means. I'm just curious what you think it means and what our department thinks it means.
When we go through the whole process, and it'll be explained to you next month, we'll bring in the expert that's going to lead that. So with all these teacher volunteers we're bringing in, right, they will look at test items, and they will make a decision based on these descriptors, what they think a student should be able to do given the standards, right? They have their standards. They have to know the standards, right? So we're not having high school teachers make decisions on third grade, right? They all work there together. And then they're going to look at it, and then they'll be actually recommending where the cut scores will be placed to say that if a student has the knowledge and skills that are needed at this grade level with this amount of knowledge of, how they're answering the questions, then this is where we would recommend the cut be between level 1 and level 2, between level 2 and level 3, and between level 3 and level 4, right? So then over time, then, we will be able to compare. It's this way, we don't know how you're going to compare to last year, right? Until we go through this whole process. We do know that next year you'll be able to look back on this year's decision and make comparisons going forward. So will there have to be an asterisk in our data saying that possibly the cut scores changed some? Yes.
Hard to say.
We don't know. We just really don't know until, they're just taking the test right now. We're,
Okay.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Beth. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Board, we will take a 10-minute break and be back at 2:33 by my computer clock. So take a mental break as well as a Go. Where am I? Oh, there we are. Agenda item number 10 for the day, receive funding request for the 2025-2026 AmeriCorps Kansas Grant Awards. And this would be Jessica. I'm sorry, Mr. Dorsey. Is that right? Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's really exciting to be here and to have an opportunity to speak with each of you, and it's wonderful to see so many new faces on the board, so welcome. I'm Jessica Dorsey. I have been with the agency for 15 years now. I know that seems really hard to believe. I know. It's a long time. But the Kansas Volunteer Commission has been with the agency for now 25 years, and we're really proud of the legacy that we have brought to the Department of Education. We are a small but mighty team that lives upstairs on the 6th floor on the CSAS division, and our vision is to empower all Kansans to meet community needs through service. And so we are focused on providing training, technical assistance, and grant funding to organizations, school districts, institutions of higher education, a variety of other different organizations so that they can promote and enhance AmeriCorps national service, youth mentoring, civic engagement, and also volunteer engagement. So we do a variety of different things, and today we're going to be specifically talking about AmeriCorps. So you might be thinking, what is AmeriCorps and why is it important and where does the funding come from? So oftentimes we say, have you heard of the Peace Corps? Because it's been around a lot longer and people are really familiar with that notion of traveling off to some distant land to be a helper. AmeriCorps is the domestic version of the Peace Corps. So individuals are signing up, committing to a term or multiple terms of national service within their own community so that they can advance whatever the local community need is. At the federal level, they have a variety of different impact areas that you might find AmeriCorps members serving within. So they might be serving in our state parks, renovating trails and enhancing educational programming. You might find them doing tax preparation for older Americans. You might find them doing housing assistance for different people. In Kansas, we focus all of our AmeriCorps dollars that we receive on education and youth-focused programming. This was a mission of ours several years back, and I'm happy to say that we have now reached 100% of our portfolio is focusing in those areas. All of our AmeriCorps dollars also flows directly back into our communities. So there isn't any that is maintained by the Commission or by the State Department of Education. All of the dollars that we've asked you to grant today will go straight to those communities. They will bring their own matching dollars to the table, and then they will be able to serve the needs of their local community. These dollars are based on our population. So Congress makes an allocation to AmeriCorps, and then based on our population, AmeriCorps, the national agency, says to us, this is how much you will get for your state's population. And for Kansas, it's right around $3 million. That money is a use it or lose it situation. So we receive it, we grant it out to programs, or we give it back and it goes unspent and back to the Treasury. So that's a little bit about the AmeriCorps Kansas funding, and let's talk about what the AmeriCorps Kansas members are. So the funding flows to a program that has been approved, and those are the 12 that you see on your list there in your materials. Those programs will use the funds to pay for administrative oversight. They will use it to pay for the supplies that they might need, to travel, to go to the trainings that we require them to attend. But a vast majority of the dollars goes to AmeriCorps members. So AmeriCorps members, as I said, they're signing up for a commitment to national service. These individuals are the future of public service in America. These are individuals who are deeply committed to the needs of their communities and are looking for an opportunity to give back. Sometimes these are young people who are serving while they're in college, or they just earned their bachelor's or master's degree. And sometimes these are retired individuals who are coming back into the field because they found that retirement was not cut out for them and they want to continue to be of service to their country. So AmeriCorps members, they served within an approved position that meets the goals of whatever their program is working on. And we'll talk about that here in a minute, a few of those. The amount of money that they receive for their living allowance, if you're a full-time member, which means you're going to be serving, 80 hours a pay period, or 40 hours a week, as we might say, they will receive about $20,000 annually. So this is not a scheme to suddenly get rich. These individuals, in a lot of ways, take also a vow of poverty as they serve alongside some of our citizens. When they finish their year, and if they're successful and they finish their term, then they can also earn an education award. That education award can be used to pay for future schooling, or it can be used to pay back student loans. Those dollars do not flow to Kansas, and they're not tied at all to this $3 million. That's something that Congress appropriates separately to the National Service Trust. So those education awards are handled separately. But that is the majority of what these dollars that we're talking about here. It will go to administrative oversight, supplies, travel, training, background checks, because of course all of our members and staff have background checks, and then paying for the living allowances of our AmeriCorps members. So we have a very formal grant review process that we go through that has been well honed over our many years here in the department. So we open for applications in October, and we accept those in December for what we call a staff review, which is where the staff reviews applications. They offer feedback, like this was unclear to me, this section doesn't make sense, you didn't answer this question, those sorts of things. It's like a grant writing workshop. And then they have an opportunity to revise and resubmit in January at the end of the month. We have now received those applications. We convene a formal grant review committee. It's made of 2 commission staff, 2 of our commissioners. So the Kansas Volunteer Commission is also not only governed by you, but also by our governor-appointed commissioners, of which we're really happy to have Melanie Haas as our go-between the 2. They also serve on the grant review committee, along with 2 external people, so people who are not tied to AmeriCorps funding at all, and so we bring them into the mix as well. Those 6 people, sometimes it's bigger, this year it's 8. The grant review committee reviews all the grants, they identify clarification questions, they get responses to those, and then they score the applications according to a rubric. We look at the score that the applicant received along with their past performance. Yes, we look at their past performance as well to see how well they have been in meeting their performance measure targets, the benchmarks that we have for recruitment, retention, enrollment, and exiting of the AmeriCorps members, as well as their budget adequacy. If we find that a program for a couple of years in a row isn't spending all of the dollars we award to them, then in the 3rd year we'll reduce the grant that they receive. When they can start spending all of that, then they can start requesting an increase again. So the recommendations that you have before you for these 12 AmeriCorps programs is for our 25-26 program year. In your materials, I think it tells you specifically where each of these programs are serving. So you can see some of them are statewide, some of them are local to an area. The Boys and Girls Clubs are pretty easy. They tell you exactly where they are. Center for Supportive Communities is in Douglas County. The Ballard Center is also in Douglas County. Emporia State is serving Lyon County. Fort Hays State is planning to serve nearly in the entire western half of the state, which we're so excited about. KC, the Kansas Association for Conservation and Environmental Education, is also serving statewide. The Educator Academy, primarily in Wyandotte County this year. The Unified Government of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas is also in Wyandotte County. Those two are pretty obvious. Wichita State University, oh gosh, I made that change. I'm sorry, it didn't reflect here. CEI stands for Community Engagement Institute. And that organization is serving the entire Sedgwick County, as is the School of Education. So now let's talk a little bit about what are these programs doing for our schools and for our young people. So I broke them into some categories so that we could talk about them sort of as groups. So what you'll find is that some programs are going to show up on more than one page, right? So if I'm doing attendance or an attendance intervention, I may also be doing an academic intervention. So the vast majority of our programs are providing some sort of academic support. So sometimes this is before school and after school, like you find in some of the Boys and Girls Clubs. Sometimes it's also during the school day. So the Boys and Girls Club do have a component of their program that is done during the school day as well. At Emporia State University, they're using their teacher candidates. So these are individuals who are going into the teaching profession, and they deploy as AmeriCorps members those individuals into the early childhood centers in Lyon County, and they are then able to help work with the students on their reading intervention. The Kansas Association for Conservation and Environmental Education is supporting environmental education across the state. You have other programs. I won't go through all of them because I also did give you an executive summary and we'll quickly run out of time. But you have other programs on here that are doing structured literacy, like the School of Education at Wichita State University. But all of these providing support in reading, and many of them also in math. So a lot of academic support that's going in. And many of them are also focusing on some of those soft skills that would be needed as well. Time management, critical thinking skills, the ability to a place and a space to do their homework after school, and someone there to work with them and to guide them on that. We have a number of literacy interventions. When the State Department said that structured literacy was going to be one of the 4 fundamentals that we focused on, we did a planning grant, which is just wrapping up. And we had the first, the bottom 3 organizations are currently planning grants. So they've been planning on how they would roll out structured literacy within their own networks. And so this next year will be their first year coming in as an operational program. They'll be starting in September of 2025. So we're really excited about that, really excited to have more people across the state who are focused on structured literacy and supporting the agency's efforts.
Can I ask a question right in the middle of that? So we say they are, like I read Fort Hayes is having AmeriCorps members train community-based reading partners. So I don't guess I understand what that means.
Sure. So in some of the programs, like Emporia State, Eudora, and WSU School of Education, the AmeriCorps members will deliver the structured literacy intervention themselves. At Fort Hayes, they will have AmeriCorps members who will serve regionally. They might have one AmeriCorps member serving with multiple school districts to train staff at the school district as well as community members in the structured literacy intervention so that we can amplify the number of people.
And so are we ensuring that they have the proper training to do that? Because when we talk about structured literacy, I mean, that's very specific.
Right.
And reading interventions, we want to make sure, obviously, that they are actually trained and know how to do that. Now, I would expect that from Fort Hayes. I mean, they would be offended if I asked that of them. But just the overall idea of making sure, I mean, because to say they're an AmeriCorps member doesn't automatically tell me that they've been trained to be teaching structured literacy.
Of course, yes. And that would be for each of the programs to determine what it is that they're delivering, but certainly we can connect all of our programs with Lori Curtis to ensure that they're receiving the best information. Fort Hayes State is at their School of Education, so I do know that they are strongly connected.
Yes. Okay, just wanted to kind of touch on that. Thank you. Jim's not here, so I have to also help.
Sure. And Emporia State is also at their School of Education. The only reason I don't call it out on everyone else is because WSU has 2 programs.
Gotcha.
One at the CEI, one at the School of Education.
Okay. Do you mind, Michelle, or do you want to get right now, or do you want to finish? Okay.
Okay, I'm almost done. We also have a number of programs that are focused on youth mentoring. Youth mentoring has a long and prolific life in the research field, showing how mentoring across a number of different ages and in a number of different spaces, in a number of different ways, group-based, one-on-one, any number of different models that you look at, mentoring has a really strong impact on future success for our young people, not only for increased academic performance, but increased attendance as well, which you'll see here, the Center for Supportive Communities, I'd like to call them out. They're an attendance intervention program working with the Douglas County Juvenile Justice Division, so that when a young person comes in for truancy, instead of going to the juvenile justice side of things, they partner them with Center for Supportive Communities. They're connected with an AmeriCorps member who serves as their mentor, and then they work with them weekly on a number of interventions to overcome the challenges that they had for attendance, get them back in school, and off track. Or back on track and off track for the truancy that they were headed towards. We have a number of programs that are also supporting our teachers. We talked about some of those at the schools of education, where it's giving our young teacher candidates an opportunity to be in the classroom more often. So Emporia State is using theirs very strategically for their freshmen and sophomores so that they can have an opportunity to be in the classroom before even practicums things start to happen in their junior and senior year. And they have found that to be really great for those individuals who want to be teachers. It either like strengthens and solidifies for them, I'm in the right place, or you know really early on that maybe this isn't the right place and space for me, and they're able to make a quick pivot. The KC, the Kansas Association for Conservation and Environmental Education, is also supporting teachers through professional development around environmental education, and so that's available to all of our teachers across the state, those professional development resources. So we're really happy that they have kind of a dual blended where they're providing support to students directly for environmental education and also support for the teachers. And we talked about that chronic absenteeism, but the Boys and Girls Clubs are also addressing that through their program model, which gives young people a safe place to go, either when school is not in session or after school, which is giving them strong ties to the community, and it's also increasing their likelihood of going to school. And our last two programs, they don't fall under the broader categories, still youth-focused. At the Ballard Center, they offer an early childhood program, and so they have found that many of their families are also struggling with food security, and so they're addressing that primarily with their early childhood program and those families, and then also expanding into other parts of the community. And at the Unified Government of Wyandotte County in Kansas City, Kansas Public Health Department, they are focusing on tobacco cessation for adults, but also they have youth-based programming that is happening in a couple of the high schools, and violence prevention programming for the community. And with that, I would love to stand for any questions that you might have.
Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's Jessica, correct? Yes. I'm sorry. So just going back on the money then. So $3 million, and then you're saying they have to match whoever. Like let's say Fort Hays State is spending $250,000, they would match the $250,000 out of that $3 million.
No, I'm sorry. The $3 million would be the federal dollars we would award. That's the amount that we have to award. The match would be on top of that.
Correct. Like so. You already know you're $6 million, and it's going to be a total of $6 million because we're getting $3 million. We're going to match $3 million.
Yes, they match at 30%, so it's not quite dollar for dollar.
30% match.
At 30%, it used to be 50% match, dollar for dollar. So you're not wrong in your understanding of that. They just changed it this year to 30.
Okay. And so as far as the we're talking about money coming in from Congress, from D.C. area, from federal money. Are there going to be requirements that would be different if Kansas were doing this on their own? Like if we were able to raise funds, we're showing that the community in Kansas, because we want to make this more Kansas driven, we're using federal money to come in to match that because it's helping pay for some things. But then now we're complying to probably federal terms, their terms, correct?
Yes.
So I would like to know who has the oversight of this person that's supposed to be in that position. Is the district or the university? Who's overseeing that to report back to make sure that they're fulfilling their duty? How much are we talking as far as expense that goes into that?
Sure. So there is a multiple layers of oversight that go into this. So we'll start at the top. So the federal government, of course, they have oversight over all their dollars. They award them then to state commissions. So there are 52 state commissions all across the nation like us. So then we get the money and then we award the money. And ultimately, the responsibility for what the members do comes back to our responsibility, right? Because we train the programs on what to do. We tell them what to do. We monitor the members. So if you were looking for like a buck stops with us sort of a thing, it would be the commission. So then from the commission, it goes down to the program level, and that's the individuals that we just saw listed. So some of those programs operate themselves fully. So Center for Supportive Communities is a good example, or the Ballard Center. So the person running the grant is the person with the eyes on the members the whole time. We call that like a single host site situation. And those are the best, right? Because they're the easiest, that you've trained the program director. The program director is the one that's monitoring the members to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. At the commission, we build in a lot of checks and balances to make sure that nobody is able to get off track. So background checks, for instance, we check to make sure that they ran their background checks appropriately, and those sorts of things. Then you have what's called a multi-host site. So that would be a program like Boys and Girls Club of Lawrence, where the Boys and Girls Club is the program, and they place their AmeriCorps members in all of their elementary schools and at the teen center, which they operate. So they then train their host site supervisors in each of the schools to manage the AmeriCorps members. We provide to them resources, trainings and different things like that they can use with their host sites in order to train them to be able to monitor what the AmeriCorps members are doing.
So what's the benefit of having federal money as opposed to using all donations or charity or because I've asked that about a reading program. Sure. When I first got on the board, I went to a reading program in Olathe, and I said, if money were to be pulled tomorrow, would this survive? With the kids coming in there and having a little snack afterwards and doing some reading, or doing some, people read to them and they read to adults. They said, oh, absolutely, we have philanthropy, we have tons of donations that come in, we would be fine. So I'm thinking they're complying to something with a little bit of money, and is that costing them more than it would if we were to just say, these programs are great, get that information out to those communities, and then the communities might even step up and say, oh, I didn't even know this was a need. And I think that's where a lot of the issues come into hand with the spending so much money, and then your community doesn't even know that that's a need in the community. Like, we need a new park, we need a new, they're just not engaged because somebody else is taking care of it for them. And I think if we get more buy-in with the communities, I think things stay local, there's more accountability, more oversight, more people would want to even volunteer and be a part of that program and maybe go into teach it or go into, because they're just getting that hands-on experience, and it's not coming from so far away, and then their community, like something goes up and all of a sudden they're like, where'd that come from? Oh, we got some federal, well, we would have loved to have been a part of that or helped, or we would have, as a local contractor, I would have loved to have donated the equipment or something just so that we could, support our community. I think that I just want to see more of that, I think, and I think those programs would even maybe thrive even more if the community had more buy-in. That's all I wanted to say about that.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jessica. I really appreciate the presentation. I think we're good to go.
Okay,
thank you so
thanks
much.
so much.
Okay, next up is a receive item also, educator preparation provider standards for history, government, social studies, basically 5th grade through 12th grade.
Yes.
So this is at the higher level of higher ed, updating the standards as they teach the
Yes.
teachers.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So these are.
Thank you, Catherine.
Absolutely. And Madam Chair, Commissioner, and members of the board, thank you for letting me come before you. I have with me Dr. Alan English from Bethany College, who is head of the education department there and was chair of the standards committee. So, as you mentioned, these are the standards that the colleges and universities use to train teacher candidates. They are different than the standards that would be used in the classroom that Beth Fultz presents to you. I'll go over the process of standards revision real quick, and then I will turn it over to the expert for these standards and any questions you might have. So just a reminder, these are the standards that you all see when I present the programs to you and we talk about the standard being met or not met. These are the standards that the colleges use if they want to design a new program for this license area, and whenever their programs come up for review. The peer reviewers use these standards to look at them. So it is what all content and pedagogy do the teacher candidates need to be prepared with? What all theory and methods do they need? There are two types of program standards. There are professional education standards that apply to every single license and endorsement area. How does one work with 4th graders or 7th graders or 11th graders? But then also the standards that we talk about with program review that are specific to that license and endorsement area. So that is what these are. In this case, for history, government, social studies, the license to teach 5 through 8 and the license to teach 6 through 12. The way this committee is formed, it is equally representative of content experts from P12, so history, government, social studies teachers in the classroom and history, government, social studies professors training those future teachers in the colleges. So they have been working for a couple of years to put these together and update them, and I am very happy to bring the draft to you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Good afternoon. As Catherine said, my name is Dr. Alan English. I'm chair of the education department at Bethany College in Lindsborg. Before coming to Bethany, I was a social studies teacher at Salina Central High School for 10 years. Thank you for having me today. Over the last year, I've chaired this committee, a little over a year. I've chaired this committee tasked with the revision of the history, government, and social studies standards for candidates seeking a middle or secondary social studies teaching license in the state of Kansas. The committee consisted of secondary social studies teachers, teacher educators like myself, and other stakeholders. I come before you today seeking the approval of the culmination of our work. The most dramatic change from the previous standards was to combine content knowledge into a single standard. The committee felt that this would make the standards more concise, and this consolidation would allow for more emphasis placed on pedagogy without sacrificing the role of content knowledge. The new standard number 1 encompasses all content knowledge the teaching candidate is expected to demonstrate knowledge in. These changes, however, do not remove any required content knowledge expected of the candidates to obtain. Do you want me to? Oh, I hit it twice, excuse me. The old standards had 10 different standards, mostly consisting of each individual content area receiving its own standard. The new standards have 5 standards. Standard 1 is all the content knowledge candidates must have. In acknowledgement that effective teaching is more than just content knowledge, the remaining standards consist of Standard 2 is engaging in learning sequences. Standard 3 is appropriate assessments. Standard 4 is equitable learning sequences, and Standard 5 is collaboration and communication with students and families. In all these standards, the committee strove to update language and maintain best practices, meet teachers' needs, and hold teaching candidates to high standards. We strove to strike an appropriate balance of creating thorough standards while not making them overly burdensome upon teacher education programs. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability.
I'm not seeing anybody on the list at the moment. How long has it been since we've done these?
2001.
Wow, long time.
Yes.
Long time. Okay. And yet really didn't see the need to change a ton, it looks like.
There was a fair amount of updated language
Okay.
and clarity within a number of benchmarks, which are sort of substandards within it. And then, like I said, the bulk of it was the consolidation of that first standard to really make make the standards, I think, more approachable and less burdensome upon teacher educators.
Okay. Connie? Oh, is that for you this time?
Yes. I do have one question. Why did you increase the emphasis on pedagogy? I don't understand that part.
I think the spirit of the committee was it was a recognition that these are skills that are essential to be an effective instructor, and these are skills that teachers were already going into classrooms with and ought to be held to the standard of. I wouldn't suggest that a lot of the expectations for engaging learning sequences or appropriate assessments are new things we're bringing to the field of education, but rather a recognition that these are things that effective teachers ought to be doing.
So kind of calling it out, a little more emphasis?
You might say that. You might say that.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Good. Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for presenting this. My question just kind of relates to the far reach of these new standards. So I'm assuming that they'll be how teachers who are emerging from teacher prep programs are evaluated to determine whether or not they are candidates for licensure. This is a three-part question. Okay. Then second part, are these standards going to be part of the praxis assessments for their Kansas licensure? And then the third part, will they factor it all into teacher evaluation?
I can do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Now I have to remember what the first one was. This graduation. So these standards will be used by the college, and the college is the one that gets evaluated on if their candidates, by the time they hit college graduation, have mastery of all of these. So yeah, the college student will be assessed, do you have mastery of this new standard 1, this new standard 2? And the peer review will look at that college program and make sure they're training everybody up to that. Okay, question 2, praxis. We try not to adjust the standards to the test because the test might change outside of our control, but do want to make sure that if folks have mastery of these standards, the test would be covered in all of that.
So. Third was post-employment.
Post-employment. They are not part of the teacher evaluation process because at that point they have a license and they are evaluated by different standards in their school district. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And thank you for all your work. I know you guys spent a lot on that. I sit on the professional standards board, so I got to hear a little bit of this whenever the meeting was. But so thank you. I know you guys put a lot into it.
We did.
And a lot of work. Really worked on that. So appreciate the work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Gordon.
Good afternoon.
I have this as well. Yes. No, I'm good. Which one would you like to do first, sir?
Happy to take one first. Oh, I'll leave it at the chair's discretion. Which one would you like me to take up first?
Let's go ahead and do the contract with the Kansas Office of Administrative Hearings. That sounds easier to me.
It is, probably. Good afternoon again. So we have contracted with the Office of Administrative Hearings ever since I've been here, since 2012. Because for some reason the law does not allow me to decide on my own who gets to have a license disciplined, although that would be so much easier for everyone and I would probably be a little more successful. So we do have the Professional Practices Commission, and like you, they are not attorneys, they are not versed in how to make sure the due process is maintained, so that in an effort to ensure that everyone has due process, we contract with the Office of Administrative Hearings. I've been through 2 hearing officers in my tenure here. Judge Snell has been with the board for several years and basically provides legal guidance. He writes the final orders on behalf of the PPC and answers any legal questions they have. So that is why we contract them with OAH for those Because that was so successful, we expanded that to use OAH hearing officers for the special education due process complaints. Because again, it can't be an employee of the agency. That is just a requirement in federal law. And we have not always used OAH for those purposes, but at I think it's $115 an hour, that's not bad. In fact, it is significantly cheaper than the other individuals they had previously been using, so it works out. They have provided multiple hearing officers for us in that realm, so we don't have just one. Like, we have a set way of getting those done, and I think everyone on that team, on the SPED team, will tell you it's worked out very well. So we've expanded it even more in the last few years. The child nutrition program for the CACFP program and the summer lunch program, I'm getting the acronyms right. If I use acronyms, I'd get them wrong. So there is an opportunity for food service providers to appeal audits and program reviews from the agency. And obviously, since the agency is the one that provided the audit, it cannot represent itself. I will tell you that a long time ago, when I had 2 attorneys, we did have it broken up to where I would represent the agency and the other attorney in my office. We would essentially establish that wall, and she would serve as the hearing officer. Well, I don't have 2 attorneys now to do that. This has worked out very well, and it affords greater due process to ensure that there's that division. I know that it seems like a large amount of money, but this is over a term of 5 years. I do not anticipate, and I hope we're not even going to come close to the maximum amount of money. But I will tell you, there's been a couple times over the past few years we've had to increase that amount. Special education due process hearings can be very expensive. So that's why we put that large amount of money up front, asking for your authority to allow us to contract with them, and next month is when I will have it as an action item.
And it caught me with the special ed specifically because we'd just gone through the contracts, but this is that next step of appeal. Is that what I understood?
That's correct. This is a different level of, yeah.
Yeah, so that's that other step up, which would make sense. Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Gordon? Okay, I think we're good to go on that one.
So that was the agenda item we had scheduled ahead of time.
Yes.
The last one is, and you've seen this in your board materials before, first and foremost, anytime that there is a new interlocal agreement, such as creating an interlocal cooperative agreement to provide special education services, that does not go into effect until the state board approves it. When you're talking about a special education co-op or any interlocal agreement specifically to provide special education services, anytime there's a change to that agreement, such as you have someone that wants to step away from the agreement, or even if you want to add someone to it, that is considered a partial termination of the underlying agreement. By law, the state board has to approve that partial termination. And if this were a circumstance where you had 5 or 15 or 50 members of a special education cooperative and 5 of them were splitting away, or maybe the biggest district were splitting away, then you may have concerns, and the department would certainly have concerns over, well, wait a minute, what does that do to the ability to provide services for some of these other districts? You never want to leave a small district, for example, out without any support if they've been relying on these bigger districts. In this particular case, the Wyandotte County Special Education Cooperative, that's not the case. There have been 3 school districts that have been a member of the co-op for a number of years. Piper has been working for the past year, close to a year, to kind of break off, and they are large enough that they are able to stand up and support their own special education services. So they have worked out with the other 2 school districts, and all 3 of them agree that it's appropriate for Piper to step away. They don't need to be a member of the co-op anymore. The 2 remaining districts, and I will tell you, the 2 remaining districts that are signers of the agreement that you have in front of you, the underlying agreement itself is pretty much the same thing that it's been since like 1996. Certainly since 2006, which was the oldest version we were able to find a copy of. So really there's not much of a change there. I will tell you that I've chatted with Bert's team. I said, are there any concerns, understanding we haven't really gone through this multi-month process that we do sometimes, is there a fear that any of the school districts are not going to be able to meet their obligations under IDEA? No one has a big enough fear to stop this from coming before you. So that's why we've brought it to you before. And rather than make this as a receive and an action item, I'm asking you to go ahead and vote to approve the agreement that's been presented to you. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
So the agreement before us is taking out one of those districts. So what we're seeing is 2 districts have signed saying we will be the co-op now.
That is correct.
Okay, because I guess I was expecting to see that 3rd signature, but
Right.
it doesn't require.
Since they're not going to be in there anymore, they're not
So
the,
this is just literally reorganizing.
yes.
That word work?
This, once, if and when this is approved, hopefully, this will replace the previous agreement. So yes, that is their method of restructuring of, hi, we're going to sign a new version of this, and Piper's not going to sign it. They will not be a part of it.
Right. And local control, normally this would have been in a consent, but the timing didn't quite work out so that we could do that. So we wanted to bring it before the board. And the reason we're not waiting till next month is they really need this to be finalized so they can hire staff and get everything in place to continue moving forward. Am I
That's absolutely
recalling
correct.
correctly?
Yes,
Okay.
that is absolutely correct.
So because it is coming as a one, not through consent, our board attorney does think we need to go ahead and do the suspend rules motion that we have done before here so that we can go ahead and act upon it. So I'll let you speak into that.
Just briefly, if the board policies require that the receive item comes first and then an action after, since since this just came straight as an action item, we typically will suspend the rules, which require 7 votes in favor to suspend the rules for purposes of taking a vote on an action item that hasn't been presented as a receive item first. So,
Right. So it'll take 2 motions and votes. First to suspend the rules and then to actually act on the agreement approving what the local districts have put together, which is normally completely, we're always good with the local control on that part. So, sir?
The only way this would have been a consent is that all 3 entities have agreed. It's when there's a dispute, which you've been a part of, it takes months and months, and then you have to decide. So in this case, they're all in agreement. Piper leaves, and the other 2 carry on.
Right, correct. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, if you're ready to receive the motion, I move that we suspend the rules on, let's see, what are we suspending? Receiving or receiving?
just suspend the rules, the board policy rules, which require a receive item first
And then a month.
to allow for an action
You
item.
said
at
that
this
so
board
very
meeting.
well, and that's what my motion is.
Thank you for your assistance, sir. Second, Melanie, all in favor? So I think we're 9-0 passing. Okay, now we need to actually act on approving the partial termination and reorganization of the Wyandotte Comprehensive Education Cooperative. Melanie, second. Connie, all in favor? 9-0 with our missing, so we're good to go. I think we were all good, right? I'm sorry? Connie said, oh, I'm sorry, Connie seconded, yes. Okay, I think we're good. Thank you
all very much.
I
And I know that
appreciate
the
it.
school districts certainly appreciate that
I'm sure
also.
they'll be happy to hear that. Oh. Okay, are we good to continue and get finished up? If you've had a chance to look at your board travel requests, did anybody have any questions or issues, or are we good to vote on those? And Betty did have to step out. I want to make sure we make a note of that, Deborah. Betty had to leave early.
So Kathy, I'll just let Deborah know about KSD, because there's going to be some things with Mark and I coming up with the negotiations and all that, and that could happen fairly quickly, so it'll be kind of quick turnaround, right? Like in the next couple of weeks, Mark, wouldn't you say?
For some
Yes.
reason, I
We
thought
just
you
don't
guys
have
were
a
done with
day
those.
yet.
So for some reason, I thought you guys had finished those, and I don't know where I got lost.
Would you like me to comment?
Real quick, if
Yeah,
you don't mind.
real quickly, it was a one-year agreement, but it extended into past the July 1st deadline where we did just complete
Okay,
the
'cause I thought I was-
negotiations. And it was 1 year, but we have to start now so that the negotiations can hopefully be concluded in a perfect world would be by June 31st of 2025, so that the contract, which starts on July 1, would be approved in advance.
Okay, well, that helps me, because I thought I was losing it, so at least I'm not. That's good. Okay, so with knowing that Michelle's going to probably have to add some stuff to that. Okay. So do we get a motion to approve the travel requests? Dennis, second. Michelle? All in favor? Sorry. So we're 8-0 at this point. Okay. I will just ask everybody to really be watching the budget. We have till June 30 to get through, and as we know, the legislature didn't see fit to help us out there. So appreciate that. Okay. Do we have any future board or future agenda requests? Because I think I have some, and I'm trying to figure out where I wrote them down. Oh, Michelle?
Amanda, in her presentation yesterday for early childhood and parents as teachers between the 2 days, talked about, data, and I think member Haas also brought it up maybe today or yesterday. Just, I think we need to talk about like data, kind of like informed consent, like when am I signing up for, and what data gets collected.
Are they actually collecting?
Yeah, I mean, in the local boards, it'll be different if they're using what's getting collected on their on the computers. That's not necessarily coming to the state. So that's another thing with the technology user agreement. What are you consenting to when you consent to that, and knowing what the apps are collecting on that, on those, because there's kids that can get. A lot of kids, probably over half of those kids, can get around the systems in the school.
Yeah, that technology issue.
Madam Chair, if I may add to that.
Yes.
The part of the conversation yesterday was around a longitudinal data system and how much of that, we kind of heard some comments about what's being collected and how it's being stored, how accessible it is. So that was part of the conversation I wanted to have.
Okay.
Thank you.
So kind of put that together. Okay.
So they can pair together.
Yeah. Anybody else before I jump on mine? Okay. I would like to start the conversation. Actually, I think it would be inclusive of what we're already starting with technology, is the AI situation that we have out there. And I certainly don't know what that means, but I am hearing, and I don't know if anybody else is that districts are looking for some guidance on how to handle AI in their classrooms, I guess. So together with the technology, I think we just want to continue the conversation, but I think we're going to probably have to add in the whole AI piece to make sure we're keeping up with the times, I would say, much as I would prefer to be the ostrich with my head in the sand over the whole thing. And I don't know if that will require a task. I don't know. I think we just need to make sure we're having the conversation. And Dennis?
I think it was just so good what we had today with mental health, and then Mrs. Dunaway coming and following. If maybe we can be thinking about that as kind of a co-oping work, like quarterly, get a report from both of them, and that was just so good.
Yeah.
Because this technology stuff is, everything is moving so fast.
And I do have an article that I will share out. I will email out the link to you guys. It was the EdTech Revolution or something, which Jonathan Haidt didn't write it, but he's the one who put it out there and kind of put his seal of approval on it. And it was lots of research, clicking into links. I mean, and I've really dug into it a little bit. So I will share that out with you too, to give us just to keep thinking about that. The other thing I really have had some conversations, did not have the opportunity today, and I'm not sure if that was the place to do it anyway, I really want to talk about social workers in the schools and licensure. Who's licensing them and where is our authority since they're in our classrooms? So just a different conversation I was having with somebody, and that really just kind of triggered me a little bit of if they're not licensed by us, then where's our authority and they're in our building? So I just need some definitions and just some understanding of, yes, who they're accountable, just that whole big picture. So, and I'm saying that out loud so Deborah can have it on the little notes because otherwise I'll forget later. So beyond that, we're going to take a minute to, unless somebody does have a really quick comment they need to throw out, I think, for board comments. Otherwise, I'm going to defer to Board Attorney Mr. Ferguson real quick. I think everybody got Board Member Potter's concerns, grievances. I'm not sure what the exact word is on this that she put out. So we want to take a moment to step into that for just a minute. So, Mark, if you have.
Sure. Thank you. I do think it was a good idea to just set aside a moment to address the concerns raised by a board member yesterday that came up at the very beginning of the meeting, just so that it gave adequate time for discussion and consideration. And I will just share that Board Member Potter and I had probably a good 1 hour robust, as the buzzword is, robust conversation about her views and how this, whether or not there were policy violations. I'll be happy to answer any questions, but I guess just in the interest of maybe facilitating that, it would be perhaps the board member can express her concerns verbally if she has anything to add to this. And there's no real procedure, even though I understand you believe it's a point of order to be followed directly by the Robert's Rules of Order. We don't have strict compliance with that, so we can certainly take this as a springboard for discussion about complaints or grievances or appeal process if that's something that you want to do. But I'm not reviewing this in the strictest of sense, because I looked it up and there's some pretty formalistic processes for a point of order, and I think it's a little less stringent than that at this point, unless you want it to escalate or go to that next level.
I don't even know what that is. My only comment, and I guess possibly responding to some extent, is when I pulled out the policy book last night and looked at it under governance C on page 7, that board members also expect the chair and vice chair of the board to work as a team with the commissioner. And I and Vice Chair Zek certainly are doing that. We've always understand, at least by precedent, and I don't know if we need to clean up policy, that is the role of the elected officers of the board, to work with the commissioner, to take in the fairly constant things that come up that we, Jim's not here, but I know Melanie could speak to it, just the constant things that happen throughout, and have to
Madam Chair, I'd
be
like to go through
informed of
these.
that sort. So that would be my one thing. I can't say that I totally understood everything on here or agree with it, obviously, but I certainly, every board member has a right to speak and have their opinion. We are all elected. We're all equally sitting on this board when we're at the table. So I might point out that the word saying we have general supervision of local school boards, I do not believe is fully accurate per the Constitution. It talks about local public schools, but local board members are elected, and we don't supervise other elected officials. So I think there's a little difference in that realm. So yes, Debbie, if you want to.
I just wanted to ask if we could just go through each one. So because it is the job of this board to clarify what each of these are and set those boundaries, because what I noticed even when I was sitting out in the audience is one time Michelle got chastised is the idea that we're supposed to be having meetings back here with all of our questions and whatever. I'd rather be having the conversations out here so that my constituents, my public can hear it. And I think that there is a large concern amongst my constituents, at least, that, I actually had somebody in a teacher union tell me that this becomes a show. All the decisions have already been made. All the conversations have already been had. They come out here and we're just kind of basically told, here's the agenda, this is what we need to do. And, that is a perception of most of my constituents. And so, and within the schools too. So anyway, what I wanted to ensure is that I wasn't elected to come here so that I could elect a chair who would handle all the business of this board in between meetings, and then not be willing to call special meetings to deal with business that comes up between special meetings. Because things are happening fast and hard. We're getting letters from the U.S. Department of Education, and this board isn't having any of these conversations at all. We haven't talked, we didn't ever have on the agenda. It's never been on there. How are we going to respond to the Dear Colleague letter? It's never been on the agenda, this latest one. We talked about this one because of this, but these news releases, we're having news releases going out on things like how are we going to respond to ICE coming in the schools, which was the big fear. And then the latest one, I think that you responded to the one I brought up here on the let's see. Well, that was federal guidelines. And then, there's been 2, 3 now news releases. I don't remember. But it's stating things that we've never had a conversation about. And so
what specifically in the press release was inaccurate?
The fact, one, at the last meeting, I said, hey, it has the appearance when the Department of Education puts out a press release that is conflated with us, that somehow we were part of that. I said, could you be just clear that is a Department of Education press release? We didn't have the conversation. We didn't have a vote. And so the very next press release that comes out, instead of saying that, it says a state board and KSDE issue a statement in response to the president's order to shut down the U.S. Department of Education. We didn't ever have a conversation about the president's order to shut down the U.S. Department of Education. So I don't know how the state board is making a press release statement on something we've never had a conversation about. And so that's when I started going through the policy, and that's why I was asking for is I could be wrong. I could be wrong on 1006A11, 1007C, 10082, 1010F2, and 3001, all the policies, and I could be wrong on guideline 3A. I could be wrong on all 5 of those policies and the guideline. And this board can tell me I'm wrong, but I want the board to tell me, not just the chair, not just any person. I just want the board to determine what is our policy, and are we having, 1006A11. Remember that board members only have the authority to act as a body, not individually. Did we violate that? Okay. But I want the board to decide. I want the board to have the conversation.
And that's why I pointed out
that's
the
why I brought up
C
a point of order.
that comes in that same area that says board members also expect the chair and vice chair.
Yeah, you work together to make an agenda. You work together to make an agenda. It doesn't add to,
That's not what that says.
So I want to ask everybody if they can think of a chairperson that they don't agree with at all. Like, absolutely cannot stand that chairperson. That's not you, okay? I'm just saying, that person, are they comfortable that I'm sitting in that chair and I can go make a press release on behalf of this board without you guys knowing what I'm going to tell the press? I mean, I can make a press release.
The press release said that the state board and the agency would uphold the law. That's really all that's been put out. we would assume that the board would want to uphold the law. So no, we didn't think we needed to hold a special meeting to get everybody to be on board.
Or just
to say
leave us
we will
off.
uphold
We don't
the-
have to be on the press release. Just say the Department of Education, KSDE issues a statement in response to the president's. That's all I said, is make it clear that until we have conversations, that you're not speaking on behalf of the state board, because nobody elected me to sit in this chair so I could elect you to make all those decisions in between meetings. That's not how this board is supposed to work. We're all supposed to, and like we had the conversation last night, Dr. New and I, she mentioned something to me. I was like, oh, that's really great. You know, I can think of things that we would do differently if we'd had the conversation with this board on how to do some things. But we never have. We've had the conversation together, but we've never had the conversation with this board.
So that would
so I
require
just
asking for an agenda item so that we can have that
Are we
conversation.
unable-
That's how we work with that.
Are we unable to see if we're following our policies? That's all I'm asking. Can we go through one by one and ensure we're following the policy? That the board agrees that we're following the policy. If they take a vote and say, yeah, Debbie, we're all following 1006A11, that's cool to me. But to my point of order, I'm asking to make sure that we're following policy.
Do not believe we need to take it a point at a time. We've had 2 very long days, and I appreciate everything you were trying to say. I really do. But overall, I have had nobody come to me. Danny had nobody else come to him upset and saying we are not following policy.
I'm somebody.
I am talking about beyond that. So we would have to stand in a place that if there was upset, that we would assume we would hear from people just like we heard from you. But you were the only one that we did hear from. So I would hope that every board member knows that that is absolutely their place to come to us as leaders and say, we're not okay with that. And that has not happened. So I 100% believe that would have happened. So in that, I guess I stand in the place to say everybody believes policy is being upheld.
And I appealed to the board, and if you're going to deny my appeal to the board,
I'm
then
not
that'll
denying
stand.
your appeal. I am
You
telling
are.
you how-
I've appealed to the board to address each one of these, and you said it's not necessary. That's what
Board.
you said.
Board, do you want to go through these line by line? Dennis?
Well, first of all, I want to say that I have confidence as a board member that with you, the leadership, and the department putting out a press release that is within the law, that's just describing, they're responding to what is already in statute. And so I appreciated what Mr. Gordon and the department did to respond and stay within what the Kansas law is. That there's nothing about that we need to discuss. That'd be my first point. The second is, I think, Ms. Carter, we as a policy committee now, we're just starting our discussions over the next 2 years with Mrs. Haas here and Betty and myself, and we're going to look at the policies and actually decide. I think that would be something that, if there's changes, we will look at that, and that's kind of what our role is to determine if there's something that needs to be
Clarified or
brought
changed.
or changed, and we'll have that discussion.
Yeah.
So we just had one meeting so far, so.
And that has
I'm
been
looking
the
forward to
practice of the state board, to do it through the policy committee.
Yes,
That-
yes,
Because our board attorney normally sits in on most of those to make sure we're staying within the realm of statute at the same time.
Yeah, and also I did have a conversation with Mark just recently today about him, being our parliamentarian. I mean, that's his role. We pay him to do that. That's kind of where we want to go, I think, with anything we do as a board in our discussions. So.
May I respond?
Yes, absolutely.
I just maybe bifurcate the two things. One of my biggest concern yesterday was one. This came up in the reference to an approval of the minutes, and I understand that a board member wanted to tie the relevance to that because some of these things. But this was, in my opinion, far broader and more impactful than just an issue of approval of the minutes. So that was my biggest concern yesterday, is that it didn't seem like the time to take up this in such a, because it had such weighty allegations here. So I think you're doing that now, but that was, approval of the minutes is kind of a separate topic, and it has come up in many iterations of the board as to whether it's verbatim, whether all of those, and that could be a separate discussion. So I would support and encourage any way that you want to go forward in trying to vet out the specific complaints here, or at board policy. I'm always welcome. I'm always happy to attend those and have lunch with everybody if those are things that you want to
I don't think that was quite an accurate representation, though. The minutes, I've actually never been in an organization when they asked for amendments or additions to the minutes that it was denied, because honestly, there were three things. You can go back and watch the video. 3 topics that were brought up in my public comment period time, and barely 2 of them were even in the minutes. So I find it fascinating that there's a great desire not to have it in the minutes. I don't understand that at all.
I mean, I think you and I covered this yesterday at the end. My point is that this issue arose or bubbled up yesterday when it was on the topic of approval of the minutes, and there are other opportunities before the meeting for that to be addressed, or other ways to satisfy that concern. So it did come up in that particular line item on the agenda, and I'm happy to provide more detail, but I don't want to escalate. It's not my position. If you ask me on something, I'll be happy to elaborate, give you some context, or maybe some legislative history, if you will, on a few of those things, because they have been talked about before. But I'll be quiet and let the board address the issue, I guess, or the pending question, which is, do you want to address it further, or do you have pending concerns with violations of the policy?
Looks like Connie has a comment.
Yeah. I would like to know, Deborah does a great job on the minutes. And in most places, minutes, especially in the county and different organizations, the minutes then become a government document. It's my understanding that that's why she takes those minutes. So it's there for people to look at later on. Is that correct or not?
Yeah. I mean, but that's a little bit ambiguous, because the minutes confirm the votes and are a record of the votes. Minutes are not, by law, first of all, they're not required to be maintained at any particular level. Several years ago, there was a debate at this board table about skinny minutes versus more elaborate minutes, and you can make an argument that everybody's comments should be included. So it's really just a balancing of trying to be as comprehensive as possible without just only some minutes, as you referred to. Some minutes just simply state the motion and the vote, and I think. I
guess that's my legislative side.
And so it's just a matter of resources. You might say we don't want somebody elaborating, but I think in the interest of disclosure, you certainly try to put that out there. I would also just point out that the previous discussions have made it pretty clear that one thing that you do as a board is, by having the live stream available and publicizing that, there's more than just the minutes. Even though they reflect those votes, you can actually go and see what occurs. So that's something that has been evolving over time, and is certainly it's a better record than any written summary.
Mark, I will add, yesterday it was quiet when we made some votes yesterday. It was either 7-3 or 6-4. Online, they cannot see Melanie at all. So unless you say something, you can't go back and look and see what Melanie did with her hand. unless you say it was 7-3. Yeah, you can't, apparently of the way that was yesterday, you couldn't see her at all.
Oh,
So,
gosh.
so they were like, well,
That's
they were like, what was that vote? Was it 6-4, 7-3? And so
you.
I was
I
like,
need
if we
to do a
can
better
just
job.
say that, because I try to write it down, but if you go back and look, and then we get something, because one time Melanie and Dina were flipped on something, and flipped in the minutes, and
remember
she was like, oh, thank you, because I was like, you didn't vote that way. And so that's what's really important is the recorded vote.
Yes.
And if you can't see, if you're way over here and the camera's this way or something like that, and it's missing this end of the table, that I just wanted to bring that up, Mark, because that got brought up yesterday with a couple of constituents, is how did that vote go down?
Yeah, no,
And because they
you.
couldn't see Melanie, so.
And I'm going to ask Deborah to help me with that to make sure we are really emphasizing that. So if I'm caught up in whatever, so it's lovely sitting in this chair, as Melanie knows. So yes, really working on that because we need to make sure we're doing that. Yes, Melanie?
I will just add that when I was in the chair just a few months ago, I'm sure that some board members noticed that when they voted no, or yes, whichever was the kind of minority vote, I would call out their names so that Deborah could hear them. So if we had an 8-2 or a 7-3 vote, I would list the board members who were the 3 of the
Appreciate that.
7.
Okay, I will do better. Thank you.
Just some organizations don't, I mean, you have a lot to orchestrate there. Sometimes you might, it's just preference, but you could ask the board secretary to call out as a way to confirm what occurred, just as part of the process, so that you're not, you're doing everything, and or whoever could say, the vote, just confirm on the record, the vote was 5-5. The following board members voted. If that's a concern, then I think we address it in a way that makes it clearer.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Okay. So I don't see anybody else on, and I think we will, moving forward on this, I'm going to be talking to Mark some more. I'm going to ask the policy committee to hang on to this. And in your next meeting, sit in this, maybe with Mark, but we will do all we can to make sure we are not violating policy. That is important to me. Some of it might be precedent that we've walked in that maybe we haven't made clear in policy. That's always possible too. So we will definitely work on that. Yes, Danny?
I do have one problem with this little letter. It doesn't mention a name.
I'm so sorry.
It said a board member instead of,
It can be reflected in the minutes. If you want to make it part of the minutes, and it'll be, easy for you to find it, or it's on YouTube. So I just was trying to be professional about it.
All right. We are going to adjourn at 3:45 p.m. We will be back in May. Does anybody have the dates on the top of their head? Our next meeting date is, we should have that. May 13th and 14th. So we are adjourned for the April meeting. Thank you.